Gang of misfits and dope addicts are here.
Well, that song just makes you want to dance.
None of us were, though.
I was in my seat.
You were dancing in your chair?
You didn't notice I was doing
didn't.
that?
No.
No, my back hurts too much to get up and dance.
You're chair dancing.
I can boogie in my chair.
You're remaining seated
Yeah.
and dance. New episode of Remain Seated podcast.
Oh, geez.
When?
Posting to
It's just it's just any opportunity. Well, let me see where I can shoehorn that in.
Bill. It's called marketing. It's
Huh?
called promotion.
Is
It's
it?
called.
I'm
You
not
should
familiar.
try it.
I'm not familiar with those.
I don't know
terms.
if you have a podcast or not. I never hear about it.
I do. I have Rebecca on my podcast.
Rebecca who?
Rebecca Frost.
What are you talking to her about?
About being Rebecca Frost.
Who is Rebecca Frost?
She is a member of the Geek Show podcast panel, and she's been on our show before.
I know who she is. I just was saying that.
And she's Bill Frost's daughter. She tries to play that down a lot, but
She does.
yes, she doesn't want to. She doesn't like to.
Right on his coattails.
Well, she said, my dad's been on your show since before I was born, practically. So,
True.
So, but yeah, she's a very nice, smart, funny young woman.
That's the most recent Let's Go Eat Show
I think
podcast.
so. Yeah, it is. It is.
She is currently glowing over the Harley Quinn movie.
Yeah,
The Birds of no,
Just loves it.
not Birds of Prey. That's a
It's-
different thing.
It is. It's
it is.
Harley Quinn. It's called Birds of Prey. The Emancipation Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn. Yeah, it's Birds of Prey.
It's Birds of Prey.
Harley Quinn. My wife was also gushed over that movie, and there's lots of roller skating in it, and they're hoping for a big surge of people who would like to go do roller derby because it is available, and it's a really so like my wife is not real. It's not in it for real roller derby competition necessarily. It's more of a social and workout kind of thing. There, it's called the Recreational League. So they do play other teams occasionally, but it's not like a big. Now there are teams in town that are very
Serious about?
very. I mean, no, my wife's league, they're serious about it. People get hurt all the time, and but because they go at it, but they don't do it for competition per se. Anyway, it's the Beehive Skate Revolution. If you're interested in that.
It sounds dangerous.
It's not really.
A
Occasionally,
revolution. That sounds.
It's
political.
It's because it was a good logo. She thought up a good logo. So, so anyway, yeah.
I had those roller skates in the '80s that were like the tennis shoes.
I've got a pair of roller skates.
Look like
You've
a-
got a brand new key.
Look-
Yeah, I know what you mean. They look like shoes.
Yeah.
And then
I had those.
Then there were the plastic ones, and when I was a kid, there were the metal ones. That you had, they had the skate key because you
Yeah.
had to tighten it down on and they never stayed on. Really.
They were supposed to stay on your shoe.
Yeah, and they never really
They never did.
And they had metal wheels, and they were just terrible.
Yeah.
for the most part.
Of
course,
on this.
Yeah.
Oh, Bronski Beat on this day.
Yeah.
Steve Bronski of Bronski Beat, born on this day in 1960.
Where did they take that name from? The Bronski Beat. Where did they get the name Bronski Beat?
Well, from Steve.
Was he done with it? Is that why he gave
He
it
just
to
said,
them?
it's like Van Halen. Hey, we already got a cool name. Let's just
Where did
use
they
that.
get? Where'd they get it? Where'd they get Van Halen? Is it so? I thought it was an old scientist or something.
No,
No, it's a guy named Van
it's a
Halen.
guy named Van. Couple of them, actually.
Yeah,
Two.
yeah.
Double.
two of 'em?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
I know one of them's named Eddie, and the other one was Tim.
Tim.
Tim Van Halen, wasn't it? I think it was. I think
What's
it
the
was
drummer's
Tim.
name?
Tim.
Victor.
It's Tim.
Victor Van Halen.
What
no,
is it? What's the drummer's name?
It's Ralph.
No.
Paul Van
Is this
Halen.
the other Van Halen?
Yeah, it's the
I used
brother.
to know that.
He's the other Van Halen.
Why can't
Not
I?
Michael Anthony.
No, I know Michael Anthony.
Not
I know Eddie.
David Lee Roth.
Not David Lee Roth.
Not Sammy
Reggie.
Hagar.
Not
It's
Sammy
Reggie.
Hagar.
It's Reggie Van Halen, isn't it?
And it's not even the bass player.
It's Michael.
It is. I think
It
it's
is
No.
Michael. It is Michael.
Is it?
No.
Yeah.
It's not
No.
Michael.
It's Alex.
Alex. That's
That's
it.
what I
Poor
said.
Alex always gets
That's
forgotten.
what I said. I said Alex.
Did you say- I
it,
wasn't-
sa-
I
it
didn't.
sounded like Michael when I said it, but I didn't. What I said was Alex. Sometimes when I say,
That's what the Strokes will do that.
yeah, sometimes when I say Michael, I mean Alex. And so in that case, I
Tell
meant
me why.
Bronski Beat. What other hits did Bronski Beat have?
Run away.
The small town,
Small town boy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We can't forget Alex Van Halen because
Yeah.
he wasn't a bad drummer.
Well, is he still
he's a good drummer.
Is he still a drummer?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he probably still is a pretty good drummer.
Yeah.
He is a good drummer. You're gonna call out Cody Dangle if you're not careful. He's gonna call in and
Why would that be, Gina?
he's the world's biggest Van Halen fan.
Oh, I guess everybody knew that but me.
He has an entire room in his basement that's painted like Eddie's red guitar. You know,
Really?
with the oh yeah,
Oh,
oh,
that's-
he's.
How many times you been there, Gina?
I am a
Over it.
Facebook friend of Cody's, and he posts pictures of his Van Halen room.
You want to come in and see my Van Halen room? I got a Van Halen room, you know.
I have the same thing, except it's you want to see my windowless van. You want to take a tour of my windowless van.
windowless-
Just a little word to the wise with Cody. You know, if you say to a girl, you want to see my Van Halen room, they generally will run the other way.
Generally.
Generally.
All right. Let's get this over.
I guess we ought to start the show officially. Take check-ins at 877-602-9696. That lets us know that you're out there and you're ready for us, and we'll make ourselves pretty for you. If you call and check in at 877-602-9696, and a random caller, and today you can just call about whatever you like, we'll get a Radio from Hell tote bag. Okay?
Nice.
All right.
Thank you.
Download the brand new X96 app now. You
I was so angry
What?
Saturday night. After I went to the Warped Tour, I went to a party, and I think it was about 10 o'clock at night. I get home, and I'm out. I was out on the sidewalk. It's not important why. 10 o'clock, out on the sidewalk, and what do I see coming across the street? A raccoon, and there's a lot of traffic, and he's coming right toward my house.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of traffic,
Yeah.
and the lights in the car, and a car honked, and the raccoon kind of, like this, and I thought, God, hit him! I was hoping the car had hit him, but it missed him.
Yeah.
And he came, and I'm standing 20 feet away from him.
Yeah.
And he came running, and he ran, and I started yelling at him, and he ran right up my tree, the one that's in my front yard. I have a gigantic, like
Bill treed a coon.
a 50-foot tree. Yeah, I treed a coon. I was yelling, you son of a, get back here!
Bill lives where the red fern grows.
I was just so mad, and he ran up the damn tree, and they're everywhere. God,
I think they've declared war on you.
I
frankly.
think they have.
Coming to get you.
It's like birds have declared war on my wife. Raccoons
No kidding.
declared war on you.
He got he stopped and growled at the car. I swear to God, he did.
Hi, Rose.
Get away!
Shake his fist.
His-
Roadhog.
his-
A little birdie finger.
one of his little bandit hands,
Bird finger.
Their hands are almost human,
They have them,
But ran right up the tree in front of my house. God, that made me
What are
mad.
you gonna do?
Did your wife lock you out again? You sleep on the porch. Was it one of
Huh?
those?
No.
No?
Oh, why I was on this?
Why
Yeah.
you were out on the front porch?
I was
No.
taking the night air.
He's
I was
farting.
taking in the night air.
He's out farting.
Yeah. I'll be back in a while, honey. I gotta go take the night air.
He's right, isn't he?
No,
Taking the night wind.
no,
Is what it is.
no, I wasn't.
There's a breeze. Let me just put it that way.
Man, I live in the city. I don't
You
need
shouldn't have-
this
no,
crap.
You have to move to the country to get away from the
No
coons.
kidding. It just drives me crazy.
I tell you, we haven't had any raccoon problems since Van's dog Chase killed one in the backyard, and ever since then
They know.
they're gone.
I believe that when I start trap, I should go home and set up a trap, and
Yeah.
because if I trap a couple of them, they kind of lay off for a while.
Well, then that means you have to keep trapping them.
I know.
Got to send a message.
I know. I got the trap there. I just haven't. I'll set it, and Brian will come and get him.
I want reliable people who aren't gonna get carried away.
This is years you've been dealing with
I
this.
just hate it.
Got to send a message to the coon community.
I haven't seen one of the cats for quite a while. The
Rush or G. Gordon, you mean?
Yeah, Rush is. I haven't seen Rush for a week. Baby Rush is finally gone.
You know, raccoon will kill a cat.
I
I know.
They've been coexisting for a
Well,
while.
no, I mean, one of the Rush has been injured by the raccoon. I assume it's the raccoons. Before, I've taken him to the vet a couple of times with injuries. Just drives me crazy.
Well, got to kill one. Got to kill one. Send a message.
Spill blood.
I'm gonna just sprinkle raccoon blood on the threshold.
Well, where you gonna get that raccoon blood, huh?
From a raccoon, I guess.
You gotta bleed one.
Can't you buy it at Sportsman's Warehouse? or
No,
something?
that's urine, and that will attract them. I'm sorry.
Man.
Exact thought listening to that bull sock yesterday. This is the speech he wanted to give,
Sure.
and he couldn't.
Oh, yeah. No.
And so he did his restrained, sniffing whatever thing at the State of the Union. But that was the State of the Union
But
speech he wanted.
the State of the Union speech was, and we talked about this, I mentioned yesterday, was very effective. I mean, it was a reality. My favorite part of the State of the Union speech was when he looked out over the assembled people, and particularly the Supreme Court justices, and went, and you get a new car, and you get a new car, and you get a new car. I thought that was absolutely effective. It'll have people following him as president for as long as he might be president for 2 more terms, maybe 3.
If Rube Nation has their way.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get this over with.
All right, we will officially begin the program and then go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Let us know you're out there, you're ready for a show, and a random caller will get a Radio from Hell tote bag. Gina.
Fastest growing GMC dealership in the country is National Buick GMC of American Fork. See how you can drive a 2019 Buick or GMC for the price of a used at nationalbuickgmc.com.
The moon is just about full. 95.8% of full. It will be full on Sunday, I believe. Sunday will be, and it's supposed to be a super moon, which means
Super snow moon.
It'll look very big in the sky, weather permitting, of course. The moon will set today at 6:29 a.m. Today being Friday. It's the 7th day of February in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2020. And this is the morning show that has never let religion cloud its judgment. We are the Radio from Hell show, starring the remarkably clear-minded Kerry Jackson, the on-track Bill Allred, the laser-focused Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is the producer of the show, and I know Marion is in there helping out in the booth. And, so there we go.
Okay. Let's get underway. We'll
Check-ins.
begin with our check-ins. Let's go first of all to looks like Nick.
Hi, Nick.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me listen.
Morning.
Nick, it's our pleasure to let you listen, and it's also great to have you here as a guest at Radio from Hell Hotel. Would you like the Wall Street Journal left outside your door in the morning?
Absolutely. I
Okay.
love the Wall Street Journal.
Who
Journal.
doesn't? Who doesn't? It's such a liberal paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. Yes, I agree.
So what-
yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm on my way home. I'm driving back to Happy Valley from Arkansas, and just want to say I'm very grateful for the radio or for the X96 app
Uh-huh.
because I was able to listen to some civilized radio while I was in Arkansas.
Were you there? Were you there on a secret 2-year mission?
No, I was actually there doing work. So I'm
Okay.
a satellite installation technician.
Yeah.
So,
And where are you on your journey right now?
so I am currently in the southwest corner of Colorado, heading north from New Mexico.
Oh,
Wow.
you're close. You're close.
I'm getting close.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm still about 7 hours away. So
You're getting closer to your
Well,
own.
we'll happily accompany you on your journey.
Nick, would you like when you get back to have a Radio from Hell tote bag?
I would love to have a tote bag.
All right. Why don't you stop at the studio before you go home and greet your family?
Yeah, that'd
I'm going to
make
greet my family and then come to the studio.
Okay, all right.
Hang on the line, Nick. We'll get some info from you, okay? Hang on.
Hang on.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, let's go to Dale.
Oh, Dale.
Good morning.
Good morning,
morning.
Dale. Thanks for checking into Radio from Hell Hotel. Would you like turn down service?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, we're turning you
And
down.
thanks for letting me listen.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate it.
Anything you'd like to comment on, Dale?
Number one, down with Trump. That's the main thing.
Yes.
Just thought I'd put that out there.
Well, you're not.
You're
gonna-
the first person.
You're not going to get a new car.
It happens.
Yeah. Anything
I'm good
else?
with that.
Anything else?
Nope.
All
I
right.
appreciate you
That's-
guys.
that's
Thank you
good.
very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Nice to have you there, and thanks for checking in with us.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
You know what would be fun?
You know what's fun is finding out who that is.
Oh yeah, we
It's one
found
of our intern Cynthia. It's her dad.
it's her dad,
That just makes it so much better.
which means I now have access to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we need to think of if you want to submit things for Cynthia's dad to say, email him radio from hell at x96.com.
Just one line.
Now, when you have it in your head, keep it to one line, keep it short, and think of this voice,
You know what would be fun?
and then write it that way, and then send it to us.
I know what I'd like him to say.
What?
I'm having a hard time making a decision.
You know what would be fun?
I'm having a hard time
Or if you were
making
just
a
to say
decision.
decisions, decisions.
Or I just can't decide. He's got an interesting voice.
Yes.
Yeah. He's a former university professor.
Is that right?
As I recall.
Oh yeah, we need him to say.
He's a scientist.
We need him to say poop chat.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. You know what would be fun?
You know what
chat.
would be fun?
Poop chat.
Make him say poop chat.
And they're like, well, let's get him in the studio. I said, no.
No, on
He's
the
got to be
phone.
on the
Has
phone.
to be on the phone.
You know what would be fun?
It sounds better. Sounds better.
877-602-9696 if he's listening now.
Oh, you want traffic?
No,
Here's the
might as
good
well.
news. The good news is it's not cold enough to be freezing on the roads.
That is good news.
It's raining, but we have no ice to speak of.
That's excellent
Yet.
news.
It's Carrie's
The
suspicious. of-
temperature could still drop.
Well, we're going to have a high of 44 today. It's 37 right now. So all that means is the roads, we have no accidents so far. Of course, you can always alert us to things when you see them via text at 33986.
All right, thank you. Teacher Emily checking in, going to the Pompeii exhibit at the Leo tomorrow.
I understand that's quite amazing.
Yeah, my kids want to go to that.
This lost city of, is that what they used to call it? The lost city of Pompeii? It was the one that was covered by the volcano. Yeah.
It's a Pink Floyd album live at Pompeii.
Vesuvius, Mount Vesuvius, as I recall.
People requesting Cynthia's dad to say, oh, that sounds delicious.
That would be good.
You know what would be fun?
That sounds
Oh.
Also, would like to hear him say food or beer.
No.
No, that doesn't ring too.
No.
That
You
doesn't-
know what would be fun?
All right. Let's see. We got big boy news, Opinnuendo, all coming up.
He could say, "May I save a seat for you?"
That's good. Actually, remain seated, please.
Remain seated, please.
Remain seated, please. All right. All that and more on the way. Stand by. Now, we did our check-ins.
Yeah.
Not great. We had a couple.
We had two.
we had a couple.
Two people checking.
So let's do Hello, Yeah, What?
Coming up. Not now. Don't call now.
No, here in
After
about
the news.
20 minutes.
Okay, good idea.
So be ready for Hello, Yeah, What? And be ready just to talk about
Hello, yeah, what?
anything.
Anything.
All right. Stand by for all of that. News next.
There, you've reached the offices of Carrie and me, Bill, the radio from hell guys. And if you have anything to say to us, we're not picking up, so wait for the beep.
All right, punch in the code.
We should change that message.
Yeah, tell it what we want to do. It'll rewind
Better man.
and play back
I
our
wonder if anybody's
messages.
called me.
All right, let's see.
Add it. Oh, there's one.
Hello, Bill. It's me, your mother.
My mom.
Now,
Hi, Mom.
you know that I don't mind you staying here at the house with me and your father,
Thanks,
but
Mom.
you've got to stop hiding the cat.
What?
Bill, if you're there, you'd better pick up. Bill,
Are you hiding?
where did you put that damn cat? You little bastard, where did you hide my cat?
Would you give her back her cat?
Carrie, this is Bill. And because you
Oh,
refuse to talk with any of your family or friends about this,
Don't
they've
listen to
asked
this one.
me to be their spokesman.
Well, I
and
can't-
because you won't talk to me about it face to face, I'll do it here on the answering
Why?
machine.
I forgot
Carrie,
this.
please, don't have the surgery.
Oh, come on.
Think about it. We're not talking about something that's temporary. This is major surgery.
Don't do
Once you
it.
have this done, you can't go back to the way you were.
This is
It's
nobody's
forever.
business but
Please,
mine.
If you
all
won't
right?
listen to us, please talk to your therapist about it.
I already
do
know
Don't
that.
have the surgery.
Would you just
Bye.
look? This is
I'm
none of
sorry
you guys.
that was on the air, but
None of you guys' business.
Hello,
hey, it's my dad.
Bill? It's me,
That's Warren.
Warren.
Yes,
I'm your father.
father. Yeah.
Now, I know I don't talk very much, but I'd like to say that I'm really grateful that you've done something with your mother's cat.
Cat.
I really don't care for that
Cat. He doesn't like the
It's
cat.
always trying to sleep on my face and suck my breath out.
That's true, actually.
I wonder what he's eating there. Jeez.
Hello, this is Dr. Stevenson's office calling for Carrie Jackson.
Oh.
Mr. Jackson, I called to tell you that OR has been scheduled for your surgery.
Oh, good.
The operation will be January 23rd. That's a Monday.
Hey,
Hey, come on,
Report to
Carrie.
hospital check-in at 12 noon.
12 noon.
Surgery is scheduled for 2:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Your
What a
estimated
dope.
hospital recovery time will be about a week,
You're a
depending on
dope.
how fast you
Hey,
heal.
shut up,
If you
all
have any
right?
questions, please call us
You're
here
a
at the
dope
doctor's
to do
office.
it.
This is
Thank you.
nobody's business but mine.
You're dope
all
to
right?
do it.
Hello, Mr. Allred. This is Bob Appleby, head of product research and development for the Loveco Cosmetics Company.
Are you selling
We'd
co-
like to thank you for the donation of the fine cat. Thanks to you and your generosity, we'll be able to test a new line of mascara that will at last be safe and non-toxic on human eyes.
You gave the cat.
As a token of our appreciation, we're sending you a year's
What?
supply of Loveco lipsticks in assorted colors and flavors.
You gave
Thanks again for your support.
your mother's cat.
A year's supply of lipstick. Cool. That's great.
Harry, hi, this is Miss Miller, your psychiatrist.
Oh.
You missed your appointment yesterday,
I
so I
know.
wanted to call you and tell you I think you're making a big mistake.
Told you.
Do
Look.
not go through with the surgery.
Look.
Told
Look,
ya.
I know your hero is Captain Kirk. I know how much you admire Captain Kirk. But for the love of God, having plastic surgery to make you look like Captain Kirk is psychotic.
Told ya.
Don't have the surgery.
Told ya.
You
Call me at the office as soon as you get this. Thanks.
you people say
She's a paid professional.
that's all the messages.
I don't think we should do this again.
I think you're right.
For very
and Big Boy News Now. Brought to you by?
Woohoo! Lucky's Auto Credit. 77 cents in a job gets you a car. That's awesome. They'll front the tax, title, and license. 77 cents total to drive away today. Apply online at luckysautocredit.com. Woohoo!
Well, I'm sad to report that I think Keith Richards, if he's on your Deadpool,
He's not. I'm never putting Keith Richards.
well, you probably stand a good chance of winning because he says he's quit smoking. Now,
What?
I think that means death is just a short
Why bother at
time
this
away.
point?
I know. I'm telling you, he said.
I only mean for him, not for the rest of the world, but just for him. Why
Rolling
bother?
Stones legend Keith Richards has revealed that he has finally stopped smoking a year after he said ditching nicotine was harder than quitting heroin in a new and I've heard people say that before and mean it.
People that have done both.
Yeah, people that have done both, and they say nicotine is more difficult to get rid of, probably because it's sort of pervasive. But in a new interview, he says that, yes, I have not touched a cigarette since October of last year.
See, and what's that film called on the inside of your windows when you're a smoker?
It's nicotine film, yeah.
That's the only thing holding him together right
I know,
now, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if he stops, I think you're
He's
right.
just going to fall apart.
I'm afraid he will die.
Yes.
Now that he's quit smoking. How old does it say here how old he is? He's in his mid to late 70s, I know. And he looks as though he's been dead for a long time.
Yeah.
You see young pictures of Keith Richards, and it doesn't look like the same.
Yeah, you go, who is that guy?
Yeah.
He's 76.
76. Well, Lindsey Graham, if you are a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, you should be up in arms about this.
That means Mike Lee should
Sen-
be up in arms about this.
Senator Lindsey Graham on the Fox and Friends show, or the Brian Kilmeade show, and he was talking about Mitt Romney's reasoning for voting to convict President Trump in his Senate impeachment trial Wednesday. Well, I tell Romney or anybody else that I support a reasonable investigation of the president of my own party. I do not support a continued effort to destroy the presidency, Graham said to Brian Kilmeade. Romney became the first senator to vote to remove a president of his own party from office when he voted to convict Trump of abuse of power. It's the first time any senator of a party of the president who's been up for impeachment has ever voted to do it, for guilt. I am profoundly religious. My faith is at the heart of who I am. That's what Romney said.
Yeah, he doesn't talk like that.
No, he doesn't. No. He said, I am profoundly religious. My faith is at the heart of who I am, he said. I take an oath before God as enormously consequential. I knew from the outset that being tasked with judging the president, the leader of my own party, would be the most difficult decision I have ever faced. I was not wrong. Well, Lindsey Graham says, your religion, Mitt, has just clouded your judgment. That's what it's done. I felt really bad for Romney. He's gotten a lot of crap for this. And he said, and the way he put it is so Romney-esque. He said, I was really frightened about doing this. I was worried about doing it because I don't want to be the skunk at the dinner party.
You're not, Mitt.
But that's
salute you.
what people. But he's right. People think of him that way now.
For doing the right thing.
But take a look at what they're doing to him. You remember before the whole thing went down, it was let known to the senators, if you go against the president, your head will be on a pike. To which the senators said that didn't happen. Well, look what's happening to Mitt right now. Exactly what they said.
You did the right thing.
They're all attacking him, and they will all eventually burn in hell. And maybe they won't, because Mitt Romney is the kind of guy who would reach out a hand and pull them up out of the fiery furnace and say, come on up to heaven. It's okay. Come on up to heaven.
But all those people that sat there at that White House speech he gave yesterday and clapped.
You mean his co-conspirators?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are all complicit in history, and I hope they're remembered.
But don't forget that Lindsey thinks that Mormons are a little screwy.
Oh,
apparently.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think your Mormon beliefs are a little screwy.
Yeah.
But I still have respect for your college football team.
That's Lindsey Graham.
Yeah.
President Donald Trump's lawyers want to put the brakes on a lawsuit filed by an advice columnist who has accused the Trump of raping her in the 90s, and it's seeking his DNA as possible evidence. Trump's attorneys argued in legal papers this week that E. Jean Carroll's defamation suit and extensive and burdensome information gathering requests should be delayed until New York's highest court rules on whether another woman can proceed with a similar case against the president.
This is your guy, Mike Lee. This is your guy.
Carroll, well, he's not been convicted of any of this, Gina.
No, but he has paid for a porn star.
Yeah.
He admitted that.
Carroll and the other woman, former apprentice contestant Summer Zervos, claim that Trump besmirched them by calling them liars after they separately accused him of sexual assault. In Zervos' case, Trump's lawyers have argued that an incumbent president can't be sued in state court, and they're asking the state high court to decide. That threshold issue should be decided before Carroll's case goes any further, said one of Trump's lawyers.
He's gross.
By the way, I agree with Mike Pence. I know that's strange, but after the State of the Union address, Mike Pence said, "It's over, America," and I agree with him 100%.
Reverse those words. America is over.
Is
what he meant to say.
He said all this impeachment stuff is behind us. It's over, America. We can now get on. I agree with you, Mike. It is over for America.
I am the chosen one.
Nancy Pelosi talks about ripping up the speech after the State of the Union address. She said she defended her speech-ripping performance after Donald Trump's State of the Union address and took fresh aim at his fitness for office, even as he celebrated his impeachment acquittal. Speaker of the House Pelosi said, "That was not a State of the Union address. That was his state of mind."
Yeah.
And I was not ripping up the State of the Union. I was ripping up Donald Trump's state of mind.
And she had to sit there while he told lie after lie after lie.
So wartime conditions are present in China, they're saying. Chinese authorities have drastically strengthened their coronavirus lockdown of the city of Wuhan in a desperate move to contain the deadly scourge of infections, ordering house-to-house searches, rounding up the sick, warehousing them in a convention center. They're going around in Chinese. They're saying, "Bring out your dead." No, but it's like that. I mean, they are literally going from house to house, and if anybody's sick there, they're going to take you and put you in a containment area. 2 people have been diagnosed with coronavirus here in Utah, San Juan County. They had recently returned from China. They're being actively monitored for the virus. Health officials stress that people are not infected with coronavirus, but, these people are not infected, but they are being closely monitored because they were in China and they were potentially exposed to the virus.
I feel bad for the people that are stuck on
cruise ship.
Yeah.
I know, it's awful. So here's I got to go back to Mitt Romney here for a second.
Okay.
Here's a piece of work. This guy, remember Phil Lyman?
Yep.
Yeah.
Phil Lyman. He's the guy
tearing up the great outdoors.
He's the guy who led a bunch of ATVs down Recapture Canyon, an area that was closed to motorized vehicles. You could hike down there all you want and enjoy the beauty of Recapture Canyon, but the rules were no motorized vehicles because it's a sensitive area, mainly due to the how many Indian Native American artifacts are down there.
Yeah.
But Phil Lyman, he gets on his ATV and he and his other Yahoo redneck buddies, off they go. He gets arrested. He gets fined. Now he's been asked. Now Phil Lyman has been elected to the Utah State Legislature now because he did the right
thing.
Our
guy.
Yeah, he's our guy. He's been also waging a campaign to have we taxpayers pay for his legal bills. But now he's introduced legislation into the Utah State Legislature to censure Mitt Romney over his impeachment vote. Phil Lyman announced that he had filed a resolution to censure Mitt Romney, saying that the senator's judgment was questionable even if his motives were pure. While the censure seemed to be a non-starter with Senate leadership, a more conciliatory resolution surfaced later in the day. After a tense meeting with Romney, House Speaker Brad Wilson revealed that he and Senate President Stuart Adams are jointly filing a resolution offering tribute to Donald Trump for supporting Utah.
Dear leader. Dear leader.
I really don't get it.
It's
really don't.
it's pretty sad.
It's a cult.
Isn't it?
Just say it. It's a cult.
Pretty damn sad. That's for
I
sure.
love the poorly educated.
And there's a proposal, which I think is great, to create a statewide rail system here in Utah.
Oh, really?
Lawmakers took a first step Thursday toward creating an integrated statewide rail system that may help front-runner commuter trains to run twice as frequently and someday maybe even offer high-speed passenger trains between Salt Lake and St. George and Moab. That would be really nice, I think, rather than having to drive down there. Especially, St. George has become such a population center, and but it's so far removed from the capital. Wouldn't it be nice if you could get on a train and be here in an hour, as opposed to driving 5.5 hours to get to St. George? I think that's about what it takes, isn't it?
Not quite that.
About 5 hours. So the Utah Department of Transportation is going to develop a statewide comprehensive plan for public transit, freight, and other use of fixed rail. Let's take a full, broad picture of everything and determine what we need to do, said the bill's sponsor, Jake Andregeg of Lehigh. Without better rail service, as the state is expected to double its population in the next 30 years, we're going to find ourselves in gridlock. They have proposed the same thing from California to Las Vegas. I'm pretty sure it's from L.A. to Las Vegas.
Well, and from San Francisco to L.A.
Yeah, high-speed rail. And people keep putting a stop on it. And that's just shameful, I think.
Well,
it needs to be done.
Hugely expensive.
But people keep, throwing up obstacles to it rather than just getting it done. And it could be done, and they should do it. And it'd be great to have that here in Utah, high-speed rail down to St. George. And then you could just take a lift down to or maybe it would even go on to Las Vegas. Why not?
Well,
we need more rail service in this country.
I vote for Vegas. There's really nothing in St. George for me, but
yeah, you just have to make a quick stop there, maybe. That's all.
That'd be great.
All right. And finally, this, Gina, it's a murder story for you.
Okay.
A Kansas woman has been convicted of beheading her ex-boyfriend's mother and then leaving the severed head in a kitchen sink. Rachel Hilliard of Wichita, Kansas, cut off the head of 63-year-old Mickey Davis with 2 steak knives. Hilliard attacked Davis without provocation, they say.
I was going to say, why? What happened?
No provocation.
None? Something has to provoke you to cut off a head.
Davis went to Hilliard's home with her 9-year-old grandson to collect his things at Hilliard's insistence. They got into an argument, and she cut off her head and left it in the sink and said, there you go, that'll show you. Well, she's been convicted of murder and will spend the rest of her days in jail.
As she should.
Yeah. All right. That's it.
If you'd like.
Hello, yeah, what?
You can start to line up right now at 877-602-9696 to...
Hello, yeah, what?
Add us.
That's just the phone line where you can call and ask us anything, make any statement you want. You can poke us, you can prod us, you can praise us, you can do any of the P's to us. Do any. That's not a P, Gina. That's not a P. Any of the P's. Praise, poke, peruse. Why don't you peruse us? 877-602-9696. Call in and hello, yeah, what?
Well, my dear son Mohammed is going to be upset because I just got the email saying that Ski Club is canceled today, and now I see why.
Why?
Major natural avalanche activity in the last 2 hours. Multiple slides hitting Little Cottonwood Canyon Road.
Wow.
Slide that hit Snowbird Entry 1 is 8 to 9 feet deep. There is no estimated opening time at this point, so this is affecting Alta and Snowbird. So obviously Little Cottonwood Canyon is closed. That's going to mean Big Cottonwood Canyon is probably going to be even more busy today if people are bound and determined to ski today and they can't go up Little Cottonwood Canyon. No estimated time of reopening for that. Traction law is in effect for Big Cottonwood Canyon, but avalanche danger very, very high today. Now down in the valley, it's just raining, so we're just wet roads, and it's fairly warm. So no ice we're dealing with so far. It's 37 right now. We'll get up to 44 for a high today, and it is expected to rain throughout the day today and into tomorrow. Haster Games is having a 10% off sale, all 2-player games through the entire month of February. And today is the release of the newest Pokemon TCG set, Sword and Shield. If you love board games, Haster has it.
Thank you. Well.
Hello, yeah, what?
That is the name of this innovative radio feature that we invented.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry.
Hello, yeah, what?
Nobody did this before we did, where people would call into a radio station and engage in conversation.
We've been told not to do it.
Yeah.
Our consultant said, you guys are crazy.
Don't do it.
To just take phone calls.
So
it could go poorly, and it does often.
Often, yes. 877-602-9696.
Hello, yeah, what?
If you have a mind to. Kurt. We begin with Kurt.
Hello, yeah, what?
Kurt, what can we do for you today?
Good morning.
Hey.
Kurt.
Oh, that's
Kurt?
it?
Kurt hung on the line all that time.
Are you okay, Kurt?
And it got disconnected somehow.
Hello, yeah, what?
Call back, Kurt.
Call
You
back,
see,
Kurt.
You
There
see
he
why
is.
the consultants tell us not to do this.
Exactly why we shouldn't.
Yeah, 877-602-9696.
Let's go to Gabriel.
Hello, Gabriel.
Hello.
Gabriel, what can we do for you?
I just wanted to relentlessly self-promote. My son and I just started a podcast, and we are longtime X96 listeners, and we've actually talked about X96 and Radio from Hell on our podcast.
Oh.
The Father-Son Fist Bump podcast.
Father-Son Fist Bump.
The Father-Son
And it's
Fist
available
Bump.
wherever you find your podcast. We talk about games, movies. We try candy from around the world. Me and my 15-year-old son.
What's his name?
Austin.
Well,
you can find us on Instagram, Spreaker, SoundCloud, Spotify, everywhere.
All right. Well, good luck with your venture in the podcast world, and it's called the Father and Son Fist Bump Podcast.
Father, Son, Fist Bump Podcast. Thank
you, Gabriel.
All right. You see what you can use Hello, Yeah, What for? To promote things that you're doing.
Shamelessly self-promote.
Hello, yeah, what?
Right, let's go to... Kurt is back. Hello, Kurt.
Hello, yeah, what?
What happened to
What
your,
happened,
What
Kurt?
happened to your phone there, Kurt?
Well, I'm kind of shaky, and I hit the wrong button.
Oh,
So
Kurt, okay.
All right.
I hung up.
All right.
Hello, yeah, what?
Okay, steady yourself, Kurt. Why have you called us?
Bill, I've been curious. How's Bad Brad doing?
Oh, Bad Brad Wheeler. I had lunch with Brad about 2 weeks ago, and he's doing okay. He was very down and despondent because he lost his good friend Joe
McQueen.
Joe McQueen, and it was hard, it still is hard.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, but I think Bill. He said to me, I think I'm going to have lunch with you at least twice a month because it's better than therapy. And I said, well, thank
Really?
you. Yeah. This is better than therapy, and it doesn't cost me anything. So. But
Well, you guys in the media, like in radio and TV, you're part of our lives, and then one day you're gone, and I don't know what happened to him. So.
Well, he is working a radio station. It's a very low power, public sponsored radio station.
If you go on his Facebook page,
Yeah.
he promotes it all the time, or his Twitter feed.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact
Yeah, I can't
frequency. It's
remember
90 something. But if you and he's on in the afternoon, and it's the Brad Wheeler kind of eclectic, odd music that you come to expect from him. So, so it's.
I live in Logan, so we're radio. We're captive audience up there.
Oh, I think it's online.
I don't know. Yeah, I think he might be.
It's
it might be on.
KUAA radio.
Is it on KUAA?
It streams at kuaafm.org. We're promoting another. That's how much we like Brad. We're promoting another radio station.
He's one of the only good ones in radio.
Yeah, so he's still doing his thing in the afternoon. So look that up, and you can hear him. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Kurt.
There you go, Kurt. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, let's go to, let's see, is this Brooks?
That was another.
Hello, yeah, what?
It's another reason our consultant told us not to do this kind of thing.
Hi, Brooks.
Hi,
Hello,
Brooks.
yeah, what?
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Well, I figured I'd poke the bear this morning and start the conversation of does the toilet paper roll belong wrapped over or under, just to see how many people's days we can ruin.
There's not an argument here.
It's
There's only one answer.
No,
it's
it's
over
under.
like a waterfall.
No, it's under. It's under.
See, now this conversation is going to go for hours. I'm so glad I could start while
ruining everyone's day this early in the morning.
Now I can't remember how it
It's
is at my
over.
house.
It's over, like a
What's
waterfall.
wrong with you if it's under?
I think it's under at my house.
there's
I mean, you guys can be like me, and you can just whatever way it lands is what it lands.
Whatever way it lands? How do you do that?
Oh, man, that'd get
It's
confusing.
harder to tear it off if it's under.
It's under, you get.
So at my house, we have a toilet paper roll holder that's straight up in the air.
Oh, well, see, that's
So that's why.
that's why you're confused.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, see, Brooks, one answer. That's it.
Okay.
All right.
And then there's bidet. We could go bidet.
Oh, let's not go bidet.
I don't.
As a plumber, I can tell you that those are the nicest things in the world.
Really?
You like the bidet?
I've been meaning to get one. Do you have a recommendation?
I'm a modem guy. That's my preferred brand.
Moen.
In all reality, as long as you have a good plumber that installs it, they all should work fine.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thanks, Brooks.
Thanks, Brooks.
I think I want that for my
Have a nice
birthday.
day.
Didn't sound like he would be a bidet guy, did he?
No, did not expect.
Don't assume who's
No.
a bidet guy and who's not.
I can't. I won't from now on.
I bet you're a bidet guy. All right.
You like a bidet, do
Let's
you?
go to Brian. Brian.
Hello, yeah, what?
Hi, Brian.
Hello.
What can we do?
Thank you guys for letting me listen.
Thank
You're welcome.
I had a question for Carrie, but all of you can chime in if you would like.
Okay.
All right.
My friends and I have often had a discussion. Given that Darth Vader has complete control of the Force and is capable of getting stronger the more angry he gets,
Are you confusing him with the
who would win
Hulk?
in a fight between Magneto and Darth Vader?
You're confusing Vader with the Hulk, I think, in a way. Vader doesn't get stronger the angrier he gets. He gets more out of control.
His connection to the Force gets stronger, doesn't it? The dark side?
I suppose, depending on who's writing it. Well, Magneto, clearly, because Vader wears metal. All right, Crush. There you go. He's gone.
I have no.
Okay.
Carrie cleared that up for you real fast.
Took care of that. There you go.
I feel like maybe Darth Vader would be able to hold himself together, though, wouldn't he?
How? He's being he's being crushed by metal. It's his head. There you go. It's done. Magneto. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Boy,
Ooh, I'm glad we cleared
sure
that up.
glad that was settled.
I just those kind of arguments just. I mean, I should have given him my standard answer when people do this to me. My standard answer is who's writing it.
Mm-hmm.
Then that's who wins. You know, he will decide. Whoever it is that's writing it will decide who wins.
My standard answer is I don't know. I don't know.
This isn't a thing.
Let's see. Yeah, 877-602-9696. If you'd like to.
Hello, yeah, what?
We'll take some more after these.
Mm-hmm. Whatever you want to talk about, please call.
There's been major natural avalanche activity in the last 2 hours. Multiple avalanches closing Little Cottonwood Canyon. Now, no cars or people caught in those slides. Luckily, they happened early enough. But you are not getting up to Alta or Snowbird. 8 to 9 feet deep in some places across the road. No estimated opening time at this point. So that's your canyon traffic. Mohammed very upset he doesn't have ski club today because of that. Several large potholes reported on I-15 through Weber and Davis counties, one in Kaysville, another near 7th South in Clearfield. I'm looking at a picture of one right now. It's huge. 5600 South in Roy. Use caution in that area. And if you see something you want to share with friends of the program, you can text it to us. 33986. Are debts killing you? Do a cash-out refinance on your mortgage at loansbyrick.com. 801-809-SAVE. Where else you going to go?
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, 6:56, and again, we will continue if you insist.
Hello, yeah, what?
Nobody's calling right now, but the lines are open. 877-602-9696.
If you don't call, we may have to find a list or something. I'm just saying. Wouldn't you rather have the phone calls?
Threatening a list?
Or
You're
something.
Threatening a list.
Who knows what kind of radio stunt we'll do unless you call.
Hello, yeah, what?
Stop us before it's too late. Manscaped.
Yes, indeed. The Lawnmower 3.0. Designed for groin grooming, gentlemen. The Manscaped company has put this fine pair of set of clippers. I guess
I
you
think
would
it's a
say.
set,
A
yeah.
set of clippers.
I don't know.
The Lawnmower 3.0, so that you can groom yourself down there, and you can do it without nicking the boys.
Have you opened that up yet?
I have not opened this up yet. I just got mine in the mail. Now I've used one of these before though.
Oh, yeah?
And they work very, very well. And they'll even send you a little mat that you can stand over to collect the hair, so that you don't make a mess.
That's handy.
Yeah,
I didn't think about
so,
that.
So if you want to,
I've been laying paper down.
Yeah. Well, it's just that's the idea. So now all you got to do is go to manscaped.com. Use the promo code X96, and you'll get 20% off your shipment. You get the groomer, and in my shipment, I got some grooming products, the names of which I don't think I can say, and I got a pair of boxer briefs and the newspaper right here. They send you a newspaper with it as well. It's called Balls to the Wall. So, right there. See, look at that.
Okay.
Yeah. It's all kinds of grooming tips. So, Manscaped is the website. This would be a great Valentine's Day gift for yourself, or if you're a woman listening, you want to get this for your husband. Manscaped.com, X96, use that code for 20% off.
Kerry Jackson.
All right, so we're downtown now. We're Broadway Media.
Yeah.
Because our building is on Broadway.
Yeah.
Third South.
Third South. Now, the mayor has taken an awful lot of time and money to build very special bicycle lanes.
Yes.
Here on
they're
Third
Dedicated.
They're very nice.
Dedicated. So I'm walking down Broadway yesterday, and here comes a bike rider toward me on the sidewalk.
Jerk.
On the sidewalk.
He's on the sidewalk, riding his bike down the sidewalk, coming towards me.
Wienermobile! Sorry. For some reason, the Wienermobile's outside. I'm sorry.
I knew she'd do that. I ignored it.
You ignored the Wienermobile.
I did.
You know, you can acknowledge in your head the Wienermobile when someone's in the middle of telling a story.
I'm sorry.
You know.
It's on Third South, Broadway, where your story takes place.
So the bike's coming toward you.
Bike's coming toward me on the sidewalk.
Tell the story to me and shut up, Mike.
Yeah. And so and this is exactly how I did it. I wasn't a jerk about it. I wasn't, hey! I never did that. I went like this. Bike lane. You could use the bike lane. Said it exactly like that. And as the guy zipped past me, he yells, F off.
Hug off.
I mean, why? I would think you would prefer to use the bike lane.
Sure.
Why would it be more attractive to drive down the sidewalk than
What sort
the
of
bike lane?
What could you tell? What sort of
It was
biker and
well, he was casual, I think.
was
Because
it a hipster or was it,
was
a guy?
kind of a hipster.
Or was it a DUI
It was
guy?
a mountain bike, younger guy, no helmet.
Not a DUI guy.
No. But then a minute later, so I just kept walking. A minute later, he scoots right up next to me.
Were you nervous?
And I'm like, huh? I didn't know what to think. He said, dude, I listen every morning. That was an awesome interaction.
He turned around and came back.
He realized who it was that he had just told to hug off. Yeah.
And I went, okay. I just, the mayor spent an awful lot of time and money on that bike lane. I just thought you might want to use it, is all.
Did he explain why?
He rambled about how he's a passenger, he's a rider, he's a pedestrian, he just goes wherever, some sort of crazy.
Oh, he's like...
It didn't make any sense, and I just kept walking. So.
But he turned around and
Came back.
Did he apologize?
Did not apologize. I think that was his way of apologizing.
Saying I listen to your show.
Saying
is
I
an
listen to your show
apology.
every morning after I tell you to F off.
Well, I don't know. I think I might have said, that doesn't make it okay.
I didn't care to interact anymore. Once he started going on about how he's a pedestrian and a passenger and all
Doesn't
that,
make any sense.
I went, okay, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. Yes, we'll do the contest when we're done. Or
Yes.
do you want to do it now? It's
No,
up to
we'll
you.
save it.
Hello, yeah, what?
Is happening.
Yeah. So just call anything you want to talk about, anything you want to mention or ask. Feel free to
Comments,
do it.
criticisms.
It's 877-602-9696.
We can take it.
Let's go to Rob.
Hello, yeah, what?
Hello, Rob.
Yes, Rob.
Oh, wait, Rob, sorry.
Thank you for letting me listen.
There we go.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Rob.
Hello, yeah, what?
What can we do for you?
So mine's a hello, yeah, what, and why.
Okay.
And the why is, have you ever noticed when you're in like a grocery store and they've got the samples or they've got the trash cans and they have springs on them that are so wound so tightly you have to fight and use both hands to throw your little wrapper away.
What?
Why is that?
What? I don't think you're explaining this very well.
I'm sort of there.
Are you talking about when you push the lid, the lid with the foot pedal?
When you push the little flap that says push
Okay.
to throw your garbage away,
All right.
some of the springs are wound so tight you have to double hand it to
I am glad
throw
that
your wrapper away.
I am glad that your life is going so well that this is the thing that's bugging you. Things must be pretty good.
Not when you got those kind of
They
garbage
are right
cans.
now.
They are right now. Good. I'm glad.
Glad you're having a good life. Just stop patronizing those stores. So just stop
I
patronizing
wake
them.
up to you guys every morning.
Oh, thanks for doing
Rob, I'm more concerned with the people crowded around those free sample stations. They're blocking the damn aisle.
Yeah.
That is true.
All right.
That is true,
See you-
especially when they
see you
send
later.
all their kids in and
Yep.
have them bring them back.
Thank you, Rob. Okay. Let's go to Demetra.
Good morning.
Hello, yeah, what?
Good morning. Hello, guys.
Hi, Demetra. How are you?
Yesterday, you guys made a comment about never marry a Greek sailor.
Yeah.
Demetra, very Greek.
Yeah. Yes, she is. I know. I know, Demetra. Would you marry a
And,
Greek sailor?
Come on, Demetra.
I think I would have been better off if I had married a Greek sailor.
Wow.
Yeah, that was. It's a. It comes from a movie that Sean Means
I
was
know.
reviewing.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's where that came from.
Well,
Yeah.
I have nothing
But
against
I
Greek
did-
sailors in general.
I've known a couple Greek sailors. And they were lots of fun.
They were lots of fun.
I bet they were. All right, Demetra.
Thanks, Demetra.
Hello, yeah, what?
See ya.
They
Bye-bye.
were lots of fun.
Oh, there you go. Let's see. Let's go to Braden.
Hello, yeah, what?
Yes.
Hello, how are you?
Fine, and you?
Doing quite well, thank you.
Oh, I wouldn't have thought that from your
first
tone.
Oh, well, excuse me.
Well,
So
man.
I made somewhat of an observation last night. I watched the movie called Strangeland, and it has Robert Englund in it, and I realized that Kerry Jackson kind of looks like Robert Englund a little bit.
Slightly, maybe. Maybe.
A little?
Slightly, maybe.
Could you guys see that?
What?
I've been told Tarantino. I've been told Michael Anthony. I've been told Phil Collins.
Phil Collins?
Yeah.
I don't see Phil Collins.
I've been told.
I don't either.
You know, I
Maybe
don't see any
Sting.
of it. I don't see any of it.
You look like
You know-
Kerry Jackson to me.
You know what would be fun?
No, nobody ever says that I look like anybody.
That's not true.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
not true.
They just say, "Man, you have beautiful eyes." That's all they
Is that
ever
right?
say. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all they ever say.
You look like the guy that would yell at someone for being on his lawn.
Shut up!
That was not nice.
See ya.
Thank you, Braden. Don't give him
I'm
a
glad
tote.
he didn't get to me.
Yeah, don't give him a tote bag ever again. Let's see. Does Broadway Media provide at least 2-ply toilet paper to you guys? I've
No.
always wondered.
No,
Devin.
No, they don't.
They do not, Devin.
One ply only.
1-ply. And it's that stuff. It's in the dispenser thing it's
got like
round.
7 rolls in it.
So, yeah, so there's multiple rolls in there, and
But it only lets like 3 squares out at a time.
yeah, and it's always difficult to get out. I think our phone just got jacked up because it's like
It's ringing, but you
'cause-
can't answer.
Well, it says on line 1, car insurance is the subject, but it's not registering. So
And I don't
again, I
have-
think
and I don't have anything.
I think our
So-
phone system might be jacked up a little bit.
Well, that's just great.
Yeah, how do you do a phone feature if your phone system
This
isn't
is
working?
where the consultant will say, "See why I tell you
See?
not to do
Yeah.
this."
You know, they're right as always, aren't
You know,
they?
speaking of toilet paper,
yes.
Just since we were speaking of it, I got an email yesterday about my podcast, Remain Seated with Gina Barberi, where she thanks me for something that I forgot about. My travel tips. I have travel tips. I
You
give.
have travel tips.
And she said, "I just want to thank you because when you went to Egypt, which was a long time ago, but my travel tip was always carry some tissues with you, like, you know, the little
Wow.
travel pack."
Wow, that's innovative.
Not done,
Yeah.
because oftentimes when you're traveling in places like Egypt, you might find yourself somewhere that doesn't have toilet paper.
You
But
might.
guess what you have in your purse?
Tissues.
Tissues.
A little travel pack
And
of
you
tissues.
know what you can use them for?
Toilet paper.
Toilet paper.
Yep. That's
You know what would be fun?
It's a good tip.
That's a great. It's Gina Bar.
What
it's
kind
in a
of
big,
tips do you have?
It's in a big book of. These are Gina Barberi's travel tips for travelers who don't like to have any fun.
You think it's fun to not be able to wipe?
I was going to say I'm having trouble with the
No,
fun
that
connection.
One's, that one's okay.
That's a
Part
good
here.
travel
That
tip.
one's
with
okay.
this.
Travel tips for the overly cautious.
Remain seated, please.
Thank you.
What's the subject today?
We had the former Jazz Bear on our show.
Oh, yeah.
We had him on for a more in-depth interview on Remain Seated podcast.
Does he carry travel tissue, I wonder? I'll bet he does.
Well, he's traveled a lot
I
in
know.
his time.
I'll bet he carries one.
Traveling on the road tips. Tissues could help you there as well. And let's see, friends of the program were saying nasty wreck I-80 at the 7th East exit. Also, teacher Emily says accident 47th South 27th West. Thank you for sending those in. Also, yes, I am freaking out about the coronavirus.
Yeah.
If you're wondering. There's another cruise ship that they are quarantining people, and this one's docked in the U.S. That's not really traffic, but you're not going to Snowbird or Alta anytime soon. Multiple avalanches this morning. Nobody hurt, but it's 8 or 9 feet deep in some areas, so Little Cottonwood Canyon is closed. Big Cottonwood Canyon is open, but the traction laws are in effect. Crash eastbound I-80 at the top of the ramp from State Street. 2 right lanes are blocked, forcing drivers to merge to the left sooner than normal. And several potholes are being reported on I-15 through Weber and Davis counties. One in Kaysville is huge. Another near 7th South in Clearfield, around 5600 South in Roy. Use caution in those areas. Even without insurance, iMart Express has the right price. 2 pairs of single vision start at under $40. 2 pairs of progressive start at under $80. iMartExpress.com.
And, of course, Ed Brass, our attorney,
Yeah.
texting in, I think, to participate in Hello, Yeah, What? But he is, of course, the king of non sequiturs.
Mm-hmm.
Werner Klemperer, Forrest Whitaker, Juggernaut.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't.
I don't.
We have
Anyway.
a giveaway here.
Contest?
Yes. X96 welcomes Flip Fabrique to Kingsbury Hall on February 13th. Tickets are on sale now, but listen to Radio from Hell for your chance to win. I'll give you a keyword, and if you text it to 33986, you could win. The keyword is JUMP, J-U-M-P, JUMP. Text that to 33986.
You know that the coronavirus and these cruise ships, another strong argument for not building the inland port out by the airport. Another strong argument for that.
All right. Round one of your boners coming up?
Yes, here are the candidates. Boner candidate number 1. It's a shame about Mr. Sissoko's Cora. Boner candidate number 2. Well, they got a real nice shelter over there in Stockton. And boner candidate number 3. An open letter from 100 catwalk walkers.
Round one of your boners. Big boy news. All coming up. Stand by.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are drawn to a mysterious, uncharted planet.
Are you sure the weird booming voice in your head said that this was the planet?
Yeah, this is the place.
I'm getting no signs of life on this planet anywhere. Just some weird power source in a cavern well beneath the surface.
Well, we better check it out.
Wow, cool cavern. Hey, Lehi, look. Lava lamps. Keen, huh?
Hey, Butch, you shouldn't mess around with stuff that's not ours.
Put me down.
Who said that?
It came from the lava lamp.
That is not a lava lamp. It is my receptacle. I am Calgon. Welcome to our world.
Sorry. Well, who's in the other receptacle?
That is my son, Polygon. We have resided here for 50,000 years, waiting for someone to come.
Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
And we heard you call, and we're here to offer any assistance we can. How did you guys end up in these receptacle thingies anyway?
We were a proud people, so technically advanced that we would be considered gods by your standards. We could have made an operational hyperbike the size of a walnut.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Wouldn't be very useful, though.
Centuries ago, our world was ravaged by war. We saw our own destruction and designed this cave to ensure the survival of our species.
Of all the great minds of our world, only my son and I have survived.
Well, what do you want from us? A chance to hear the first discussion?
After 50,000 years, we wish to borrow your bodies so that we may get out and stretch our legs.
Oh, and what would happen to us?
You would occupy our receptacles during our short stay in your body.
Oh, hey, no way. How do we know you guys even have legs?
Come on, Butch, it'll be fun. Besides, we're here to help people.
And what guarantee do we have that you won't leave us stranded in these receptacles for the next 50,000 years?
I promise. Cross my heart.
Well, we'll have to take your word for that. Okay, we'll do it.
Oh, Father, I had forgotten what it was like to breathe the air. We have been in the receptacles for far too long.
Yes, my son, far too long. I can't wait to have a cup of coffee.
Not in my body, you don't.
And I want to get a Slurpee and give myself brain freeze.
Oh, I hate brain freeze. Hey, time's up. Get back in your receptacles.
Have Butch and Lehigh been cheated out of their bodies? Could our elders baptize a receptacle? Are they waterproof, or do they float? Will Lehigh's body get its first taste of coffee? Can Butch survive a bad case of brain freeze? Tune in next time to hear Calgon say...
Well, my son, we gave our word. It is now time to surrender their bodies and return to our receptacle.
No way! I haven't even gotten to play Nintendo yet. You just want to give them back their bodies because I got the good-looking one.
Oh, how true.
On the next hip-dislocating episode of Space Elders!
It's 7:20 right now. It is time for round one of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it secures a spot in Boner Dome. Yes. Not boner of the day yet. Round 2 comes up at 8:20, an hour from now. We'll get 3 more candidates. We'll get another champion there. We'll take both of those champions and put them against each other for boner fight at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day today. And then Dave the Flower Guy will come in here after that and tell us who boner of the week is. All right, so here we go. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
You can't buy it, you gotta win it. It's the Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Well, it's a shame about Mr. Sissoko's Cora, isn't it? One of Mali, that's a country, one of Mali's most prominent musicians has criticized the Transportation Security Administration, TSA, after he said his impossible-to-replace musical instrument was destroyed by TSA agents at New York's John F. Kennedy Airport.
Oh, there it
On
is.
Thursday,
if you look at x96.com/live, you can see it.
Balake Sissoko told NBC News via email that his custom-made kora, a 21-string bridge harp used extensively in West Africa, had been totally destroyed during a tour of the U.S. Normally, they just open the light case because of the strange shape of the instrument, he said. This time, They disassembled it.
Oh.
They broke it.
There's drugs in there. I bet there's drugs in there.
This is a terrible situation, he said. I'd like at least an apology at some point. It is most unfortunate that Mr. Sissoko's instrument was damaged in transport. However, after a thorough review of the claim, it was determined that TSA did not open the instrument case because it did not trigger an alarm when it went through or when it was screened for possible explosives. So we had to do it. Is what basically
No,
what they're
you
saying.
didn't.
No, they didn't.
You didn't. You could have x-rayed it and seen that it was empty.
Yeah. Boner candidate number 1. Well, it's a shame about Mr. Sissoko's Cora. Here's boner candidate number 2. I got a real nice shelter over there in Stockton. That's what I hear. California Mayor Robert Rickman, the mayor of Tracy, California, said, "You know what we ought to do with the homeless people here in Tracy? Yeah, bus them over to Stockton, California. They got a nice shelter over there. It's not being used much." Mayor Rickman's comments came during a council meeting during which he was responding to suggestions about temporary cold weather measures for homeless people. Mr. Rickman prefaced his comments by noting complicating factors in any ad hoc solution, such as locations of shelters, access, measures for drug addicts, and so on. He then suggested a possible immediate solution would be, we'll give them bus tickets, send them over to Stockton.
Oh.
They got a nice big shelter over there, and it's not being used much. Mayor Michael Tubbs responded on Twitter. He's the mayor of Stockton, I would presume. "It is nonsensical for leaders," in quotation marks, like Mayor Rickman to propose allocating $50,000 from the city of Tracy's budget to send folks to Stockton. How about you just lead and build a shelter for your own community? Approve affordable housing in your own community. Maybe enact tenant protections for your city.
And how about
pathetic.
How about empathy? How about a little empathy, maybe? Start there.
Rickman shot back at Mayor Tubbs, saying, "You are so wrong. Instead of parading around the country with billionaires, Stockton Mayor Tubbs should spend more time at home where homelessness has tripled according to last counts." And now they're sniping at each other back and forth.
Yeah.
But boner candidate number 2. Oh, they got a real nice shelter over there in Stockton.
What would Jesus do?
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. An open letter from 100 catwalk walkers.
This is I don't know what this one is, but I'm curious. Okay. Round 1, boner candidate number 3, coming up after this Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by
Feldman's Deli, Utah's authentic Jewish deli with their famous corned beef pastrami sandwiches, open Tuesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. for breakfast, lunch, and dinner with live music Fridays and Saturdays. Feldman'sDeli.com.
Going to take a lot more than Marky Mark to get Dr. Oz to back down. I'll tell you that right now. Dr. Oz is having a beef with Mark Wahlberg. They're trash-talking each other.
I don't care for either of them.
The 59-year-old told Page 6 at the Blue Jacket Fashion Show that he's hoping to make Wahlberg barf up his breakfast after a competitive workout. The bizarre feud began last month when Dr. Oz, a fan of intermittent fasting, recommended that people wait closer to lunchtime before eating their first meal. Well, Wahlberg took umbrage at that.
I take umbrage.
Emphasizing that he eats breakfast before his intense workouts. The two began trading insults via social media, with the lone survivor actor ominously warning Dr. Oz, "Listen, we got a beef now. You don't want this smoke. Trust me. I'll come hungover, eat a big steak, and you can do your little 20 push-ups with one leg, your assisted pull-up. I'm telling you, you'll need a defibrillator when I'm done with you."
Listen, both of you, neither of you are doctors. Let's just walk away, okay?
Well, Dr. Oz.
Dr. Oz is, in fact, a doctor.
Hardly.
Dr. Oz responded with a video of himself doing push-ups and advising Wahlberg to grab his own defibrillator. "We have to end this debate," Oz said. "Do you eat breakfast or not?" One deal is Mark Wahlberg has to have burgers and beer before we do the workout.
I suspect we're being played.
Yeah, is this all toward
Is Wahlberg a producer of the Dr. Oz show?
I don't know.
Someone take a look.
I don't think so.
Boo. Boo.
Canyons School District the parents there are upset because they took a snow day, and they're saying, we're going to make it up on President's Day.
Well, you already have travel plans, and I bet that's what they're saying.
I'm sure
yeah.
that's what it is. Canyon School District will have class on President's Day. The district said it's always part of their calendar plan should there be a snow day, but now parents are upset. They're going to be forced to reschedule plans on short notice.
Or
when is President's Day?
Rather than reschedule, just take your trip.
It's next weekend.
Yeah, it's next weekend.
Yeah.
That's also the thing is it's kind of soon to cancel.
Yeah,
plans. Just go.
Just take your trips.
Yeah, I don't know. You can go ahead and get upset all you want.
Yeah.
Just say, well, whatever. Well, you get to miss school that day anyway. Boo! Yeah.
You think they tack it on just at the end?
I don't know. I just don't understand. No, Gina, teachers have to go on their summer break. You don't want one more day in that classroom with those smelly kids, I'm telling you. Yeah, I don't understand why this is even a story. People getting upset about it.
Just don't go.
Just don't go. If you've got plans, keep them.
Yes.
Boo! Let's see. There's been a shooting. Let me see if I can get some information on that. Man critically injured in a shooting at an apartment complex in Taylorsville. Investigators with the Unified Police said several high-powered rifle rounds went through exterior walls and into a man's bedroom. A woman was also in the apartment but was not injured. We don't have any suspects at this time. The only thing we have is some witnesses saw a black sedan leaving the area, but we are unsure 100% if that sedan was involved. We haven't been able to have a conversation with the victim either. He's gone into surgery. It'll be several hours before we'll be able to talk to him. Is that the same story you had, Gina?
No, I think this is a different one because this one says one person dead, one injured, suspect outstanding. This is just from 5 minutes ago. Heavy police presence near 36 South Deanne Drive. Neighbors say they heard 3 gunshots. This is in West Valley, and that one's in Taylorsville. So that's 2 different shootings, I think.
And then this one, here's another one. A Thursday evening, last night, got a dead guy in the middle of the road in West Valley with a gunshot wound. Officers attempted CPR but were unable to revive the 20-year-old male. Apparently somebody shot him and then dumped his body in the middle of the road.
What the hell?
Yeah, that's really bizarre. This is interesting. New 911 calls are shedding light on mysterious events linked to the 2 children missing in Idaho, or from Idaho. The calls are from 3 incidents that took place after JJ and Tylee disappeared, involving people related to the 2 children. The first call came in on October 2nd to police in Arizona, just days after JJ and Tylee were last seen. 911, what's your emergency? The dispatcher asked. A frazzled voice on the line says, someone just shot my window. The person who called, this story is getting weirder and weirder, is someone named Brandon Bordeaux. He said another man shot at him as Brandon drove home. Pictures show the shots shattered the driver's window of Brandon's car. Did you see the guy that actually, I didn't see who it was, Brandon said. His call was redacted for some time, but it's unclear what he was trying to tell the dispatcher. Boudreaux told Fox 13 he believed the shooting was related to his ex-wife, Melanie Boudreaux's newfound religious beliefs she shared with her aunt, Lori Vallow-Daybell.
Well, you can't keep track of everybody in this story.
Vallow-Daybell is the mother of 17-year-old Tylee Ryan and the adopted mom of 7-year-old Joshua J.J. Vallow. Now, Mr. Boudreaux explained that he was fearful of the situation, and he went into hiding in Utah with his children.
This gets weirder and weirder.
There's some kind of bizarre cult going on here. A month later, in mid-November, a call from American Fork Police reveals that Melanie tried to visit her ex-husband's father's home, even though she previously had been banned from that house. She'd been arrested for trespassing. There are a bunch of weird people here. Still don't know where the kids are.
They found a abandoned storage unit with a bunch of their stuff, the kids' stuff in it, clothes and toys and things.
And they do have on surveillance video people visiting that storage unit a couple of times And it said, a story I saw yesterday, it appeared that one person was carrying what could have been a body in a big plastic bag.
Wow.
But no body has been discovered.
No.
But it kind of looks that way on the surveillance video. Man, it's
Why
very
haven't
weird.
they been arrested?
I don't know.
A biblical plague of bats has in Australia. Thousands of bats have
Hasn't Australia had enough?
have taken over a town with residents afraid to leave home or take their children to school. The bat tornado was so intense that the local hospital's air ambulance was grounded as the bats they're so thick the helicopter couldn't fly. The flying animals have taken over the town of Ingram in North Queensland. They are a protected species, so they're saying, well, we can't do much about it. It's against the law to kill them. Mayor of Hinchinbrook Council Raymond Jayo told News Magazine show A Current Affair, it seems to me that every bat in Australia is now in the town of Ingram.
Well, and do they need to be protected anymore if there's so many that they're causing a tornado? Seems like they're doing okay.
There are 4 different species because they all have young at different times. There's hardly a window of opportunity when we can interact with these bats and try to convince them to move on.
They don't listen to reason.
They don't.
Hey, you guys!
Jeez.
That's creeping me out, Carrie.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Let's see. We have any time left here?
Yeah.
So this is. So now they are going to investigate Hunter Biden. There is a.
He's the new Hillary's emails.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he is. There's
There
nothing
are-
there, but it's there to distract you.
The court has said, well, you can have these documents, a pledge to investigate the Bidens and Ukraine. Once the impeachment trial wraps, which it has done, is now sparking divisions among Senate Republicans. President Trump and top allies have homed in on former Vice President Joe Biden's push to oust a top Ukrainian prosecutor and Hunter Biden's work for Burisma Holdings, which is a gas company in Ukraine. Now the trial is over. The chatter is set to move to center stage as Republicans strategize over their next steps. Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Lindsey Graham said, we're going to have oversight of this and we're going to look into it. Other GOP senators are warning that it's time for the Senate to move on, but some of the hardliners are saying, no, we're going to continue with this.
We need a shiny key.
Yeah, well, and they can't, they're afraid they can't win an election legitimately.
No, they know they can't. That's why the GOP cheats.
They have to throw up smoke screens and find ways to cheat. So if you can keep this Biden thing in the forefront of the news, a lot can happen behind the scenes.
They're not winning on their ideas. They win
That's
by
why Andrew Gollum and Stacey Abrams aren't in office. They got scared and they cheated.
Meanwhile, the Treasury Department, Mnuchin, refusing to hand over Trump's taxes to SDNY, even though it's been ordered, and he's just refusing. And there's, what do? You call cops?
I would start arresting people.
Yes,
I mean,
that's what you should do.
Contempt of court?
It is contempt of court, but no one's doing anything.
I don't get it.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
You want sports too?
No, weather, traffic.
Okay, because we've got issues.
Traffic issues?
Whiteout conditions, Logan Canyon, US 89. The road is closed both directions from Beaver Mountain to Garden City. Multiple slide-offs. Please do not attempt to drive Logan Canyon at this time.
Wow.
And you can't drive Little Cottonwood Canyon even if you wanted to. Several avalanches happened at the resorts and on the roads. They say no people were hurt or cars hurt, but 8 to 9 feet deep avalanche covering the road that they're having to deal with. So they're saying no opening today for Alta or Snowbird. They were closed yesterday too. They said that's the first time in a long time that they've been closed for 2 days in a row. If you are going to try to go up Big Cottonwood Canyon, the traction laws are in effect there. We've also got a crash in the middle of the intersection, 47th South, 27th West. Several people are working to move that car out of the way. Crash southbound US 91 near Baxter Hollow. This is in Sardine Canyon, like we were just talking about. Crash southbound I-215 approaching the ID West interchange. The right shoulder is blocked, not causing delays there. And a crash eastbound I-80 at the top of the on-ramp from State Street. The 2 right lanes are blocked, forcing drivers to merge to the left. Now, it's not icy. It's
I was gonna say,
raining.
what happened?
But it's, the water on the road, I guess, affecting people in that way. Lots of potholes are popping up, too, because anytime you have that drastic temperature change, that's when they pop up, and there's some really bad ones on I-15.
Mm-hmm.
Go to Hale, Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air for a $39 furnace tune-up, which includes a 19-point safety inspection. Scott Hale, amazingly different, surprisingly better. ScottHale.com.
Here's boner candidate number 3. An open letter from 100 catwalk walkers. More than 100 models have signed a second open letter to the CEO and Trump supporter of Victoria's Secret, calling for him to take action on the company's culture of misogyny and abuse. The letter urges John Mehas to end what the group describes as an entrenched culture of misogyny at the lingerie chain. The Model Alliance, a nonprofit that advocates for the protection of models, began the campaign 5 months ago by proposing the company take concrete action to change. But following an investigation by the New York Times, the group claims the culture of misogyny, bullying, and harassment was even more egregious and more entrenched than previously understood. And so wrote the second open letter to Mehas, was published yesterday. Signatories of the letter include big catwalk stars like Christy Turlington, Iskra Lawrence, Edie Campbell, Amber Valletta, Felicity Hayward, models who have worked with Victoria's Secret, such as Karen Elson and Kate Riona Balfe, have also signed the document. But they say that the Victoria's Secret culture has been horrific for people working there. The New York Times described a culture of bullying and harassment among current and former executives, employees, and contractors. And they allege a climate of misogyny that was fostered by the 2 top executives, Ed Razek and Les Wexner, at Victoria's Secret's parent company, L Brands. And, of course, these are all big Donald Trump contributors, supporters. Boner candidate number 3, an open letter from 100 catwalk walkers.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Number 1 was, it's a shame about Mr. Sissoko's Cora, TSA destroying a custom-made, invaluable, really, instrument, says this musician from Mali, Mr. Balake Sissoko. The instrument is called a Cora. He said it's destroyed. He's traveled with it before, and they've, checked the bag and that kind of thing. But this time they decided, well, we're going to dismantle it. And he said it's irreplaceable. It's ruined.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number 2. Well, they got a real nice shelter over in Stockton. California mayor of place Tracy, California. They don't have a shelter there for the homeless. He said, well, this is fine. We'll buy them bus tickets and send them over to Stockton, California. They got a good shelter over there. And boner candidate number 3, an open letter from 100 catwalk walkers.
There you go. You've got to decide, of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? Yes, if it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day yet. It does secure a spot in Bonerdom. But round 2 comes up at 8:20. 3 more, 3 different candidates. We get another winner there. Then we take both of these winners and we put them against each other. Boner Fight happens at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. Right now, you got to pick the champion for round 1. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. The one that you think should win, put that number, that single digit, is all we need in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or you can call Katie at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting February 7, 2020 and vote there. You've got 300 seconds. Round 1.
Start your workday at 10 a.m. with a 1-hour nonstop music.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find an old adversary of Butch and Lehigh planning their demise.
So, bounty hunter, you will bring me Christiansen?
Jabba the Hutt was very fond of his ring. He would pay me more for a complete set of missionary.
Christiansen made me look weak in front of the Emperor. Only by turning Christiansen to the dark side will I be able to regain my place by the Emperor's side.
One Elder Jensen.
Sell him to that slug, Jabba. I have arranged to have the elders meet you on Bespin. There you can ambush them without anyone noticing.
If these elders bested you and the Emperor, how do you expect me to transport them back to you?
I prefer my elders frozen. There is a carbonite facility on Cloud City. That should make transporting them simple.
Have my credits ready. I'll be right back.
Here we are, Butch. Cloud City. It sure looks like the holograms they showed us in school.
I don't know, Lehigh. I always get nervous when I stand on a city that's floating miles above the surface. Are you sure this is the right place?
Zone Leader Hanson said that we're supposed to meet someone here named Lando Calrissian, right here on Bespin.
Well, church records on this Calrissian fellow show him to be a gambler, smuggler, womanizer, and a penny stock manipulator. Are you sure this is the guy?
Well, maybe he's ready to turn over a new leaf. Oh, I think that's him right there.
Hi, and welcome to Cloud City. I'm Lando Calrissian. I run the mining operation here on Bespin. Could I offer you a beverage? Perhaps some malt?
I love a malt.
Liquor?
Oh, no, we don't drink, Mr. Calrissian. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Now, our zone leader said that you might be interested in learning more about our religion.
Actually, no. We have some common acquaintances. I've made a deal with the Empire. Well, they'll leave me alone if I introduce you to this guy over here. Elders, this is Boba Fett. Boba Fett, Elders Christiansen and Jensen there. Gotta go now. Got a city to run. Bye-bye.
Well, Mr. Fett was up. Well, hi, I'm... Hey, I'm all tied up.
Cool toy. I need to get me one of those. We could convert more people if we could just tie them up first.
Now, Butch, I don't think we would be allowed to hog-tie prospective converts. Excuse me, Mr. Fett, could you untie me now?
One down, one to go.
Don't push my companion in that hole!
Whoa!
What have you done to my companion? Is Butch dead?
No, he wouldn't be worth much to me dead. Jabba wants to see him die in person. Your companion is frozen in carbonite. Now, if you would be so kind as to throw yourself down in there, we can get on with this.
You're going to take us both back to Jabba's palace?
No, you have an appointment with Darth Vader and the Emperor.
Cousin Darth? Oh, my.
Hey, get over here.
Sorry about this, Butch, but I need you to do something for me. Don't push me.
Ah!
Oh, I guess you weighed more than I thought in this thing, Butch. I'm sorry, Mr. Fat. I hope my companion, who's now frozen in carbonite, wasn't too heavy. Oh, geez, what do I got to do now? I better go for some help.
Never leave your companion, Lehigh.
Mr. Kenobi?
It is the first rule. You must never leave your companion.
Obi-Wan, come back. I need some help. Oh, well, I guess I can put you on my luggage rack like this, Butch. Come on, let's go. Will Butch be able to serve out the rest of his mission frozen in carbonite? Can Lehigh really find a big microwave to defrost him in? Will Darth Vader ever get his revenge and once again become the Emperor's favorite lapdog? And where does Boba Fett get all those neat gizmos? Tune in next time to hear Butch say... on the next mind-numbing episode of Space Elders!
Time to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by, I don't know what you'd call it, a vegetable hash, I guess.
Okay.
Beets and squash. And
Let's throw it all in there.
It was good.
Stir it up.
I had accidental cod last night.
Accidental cod?
Those are from the Atlantic.
How did that happen?
Well, I got home late. I had a late meeting. I got home at like 8 o'clock, and Joe was making dinner for himself.
Yes.
And he was making...
Purposeful cod.
Yes. And he said, "Are you hungry?" And I said, "A little." And he said, "You want some of my cod?" Which is something nobody's ever said to me
My
before.
God, cod?
So I had accidental cod. It was good. It was black cod, which I'm led to believe that it is that's
the finest.
They don't always have.
It's the finest.
It is good.
The
Now,
black
see,
cod.
you're taking your first step. Who knows what'll happen next?
I never would have sought out cod.
You might eat a mushroom someday.
No, that's not going to happen.
Sought out cod. All right.
And happy Friday. Make it so tonight at Gracie's. Enjoy dinner and a show with Swantourage from 6 to 9 and the Portacall reunion upstairs from 6 to 11 with DJ Shea from 10 to close.
We had boner candidate number one, which was it was a shame about Mr. Sissoko's kora, his musical instrument, that is, the handmade, beautiful musical instrument, one of a kind, and the TSA just ripped it up. Boner candidate number two, I got a real nice shelter over there in Stockton. Why don't you homeless people here in Tracy, California, we'll get you a bus ticket. You can go over there, said the mayor of Tracy, California. And boner candidate number three, an open letter from 100 catwalk walkers. These are models who have been alleging, and they've been alleging this for quite some time, culture of misogyny and sexism at Victoria's Secret. Steve won a boner T-shirt, and the winner was boner candidate number one. It's a shame about Mr. Sissoko's kora.
I like that one. Okay, there's your winner of round one. It now goes forward to boner fight. Might be boner of the day. Round two at 8:20. 3 more candidates. We get a winner there. Take both of the winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide boner of the day with boner fight. All right, is this sponsored, Gina?
Yes, go to Hale, Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating and Air for a $39 furnace tune-up, which includes a 19-point safety inspection. Scott Hale, amazingly different, surprisingly better. ScottHale.com.
Have another drink with Jimmy Santangelo coming up in the next break. But right now, question of the week.
It's, you can send yours in anytime about anything. At radiofromhell@x96.com. We save them up and go through them and pick one on Fridays.
Okay.
And today's comes to us.
Phil from Magna.
Phil from Magna
sends it in.
Yeah.
And actually, this would be a good X poll too if we want to do it sometime.
Yeah, let's
maybe.
hold it over for the X poll as well, Katie. Keep that in mind.
But what sitcom would you want to live in? Like, you're stuck in the sitcom.
If you were forced to live in a sitcom,
your life is a sitcom.
Which sitcom would you pick?
I know what Roseanne.
Really?
Well, yeah, because I've always wanted to try a loose meat sandwich. So
that would be it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you'd have to live with Roseanne.
Yeah, it's the characters, though.
Well, but I could, John Goodman and I could hang out and have beers and loose meat sandwiches.
Because as much as I love Seinfeld, I wouldn't say Seinfeld because they're horrible people.
People forget that's the point of Seinfeld.
Yeah.
You don't want to be like them.
No.
They're horrible people.
You don't want to live in Larry David's house either unless you're J.B. Smoove.
Exactly. Also keep in mind, he's a horrible person. You don't want to be like him.
And then, again, I love The Office, but I wouldn't want to live. Would you want that to be your job, working in the office?
Might be fun.
It doesn't look like they do much.
No.
You think it'd be easy?
So maybe it would be easy.
Yeah.
I
mean, if Kevin can survive there, anyone can.
So I had a couple of thoughts about this.
Okay.
So I've always wanted to be Tina Fey's friend.
Yes.
So 30 Rock, because her character on 30 Rock is Tina Fey. That Liz Lemon is Tina Fey.
That's a good choice.
I like 30 Rock.
How about the Flintstones? I'd like to be in the Flintstones.
It's not a sitcom.
Yes,
Sure
it
it
is. It's an animated sitcom.
Would you count that as a sitcom?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I don't know.
I think I would because the situation is
Yeah.
comedy.
It's comedy.
Because you could go to the drive-in and get that gigantic rack of ribs.
No, it'll tip your car over.
That's okay.
And you'd be immortal. Now, someone says Parks and Rec for the same reason with me with Amy Poehler, because I love Amy Poehler. So maybe Parks and Rec would be. But then I'd be
you'd have to work in the Parks
I'd
and
be
Rec
in city
department.
government.
And you'd have to put up with Amy Poehler.
Put up with?
Yeah, because that character is not. You don't want to be
Leslie Knope.
Yeah,
I want to hang out with Amy Poehler.
Yeah.
I don't want to hang out with Leslie Knope.
You don't want to hang out with Leslie Knope.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's see.
Modern Family.
Yeah, maybe because I could go have. I'd like to go have beers with Jay.
You'd hang out with Jay mostly.
Yeah, probably Jay.
You'd have scotch with Jay. Is
Yeah,
what you'd have.
scotch and and I wouldn't want to hang out over at Phil's house because his wife, what's her name on the show?
Julie Bowen.
Yeah,
What's the character's
and
name?
I don't know. She's so brittle. I just no.
Let's see. Tim the Tree Guy says, "I'll do Cheers."
Hey, Tim!
Because you're living in a bar, is that why?
I see someone has sent in King of the Hill. No,
You wanna live in King of the
I
Hill?
did live in King of the Hill. All right, I was Bobby Hill. All right, I had to escape.
You got yourself a pretty secure job down at the propane. though.
My dad is Hank Hill.
You got propane.
This is kind of an interesting one to think about. What about The Good Place?
The Good Place.
You get to hang with Ted Danson.
But think about the universe that's in.
Well, it's rather confusing.
Yeah, which season of The Good Place is the question,
Yeah.
because it changed every time.
Yeah.
I'd probably want to go with the last one.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, The Sopranos.
It's not a sitcom.
It's pretty funny. There was some pretty funny stuff in it.
People are saying Friends, hands down. Brady Bunch?
I never trusted that guy that ran the Central Perk.
I would say no to the Brady Bunch because of the fashion. Those collars, too wide.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have to take that into account, though. Katie says Scrubs. Scrubs is a good one.
Scrubs is,
Besides the Brady Bunch, you'd always have to be fighting off the advances of Florence Henderson.
Well, you'd have worse problems, I suppose. But
I don't know.
Now, see, Sue and I talked about this last night, and I immediately said Andy Griffith. And she immediately pointed out there's only white people there. I went, yeah, you're right.
And you'd be in black and white.
That's true.
But it'd be easy. It's easy living, though.
You could go get a haircut from
Floyd, yeah.
Hey,
go fishing.
Andy, that's a real nice haircut, Andy. Did you get that haircut up in Mount Pilot?
So then I thought Futurama.
Oh.
Hey! Yeah.
But then I thought, I think I like the look of the Jetsons better. And all he did for a living was push buttons, which is kind of what I do.
I mean,
Space League Sprocket.
Judy Jetson and her mom. What's the mom's name?
Jane, his wife.
Judy and Jane. They're better looking than Leah, whatever her name is. On
Leela
on
Well,
Futurama.
she's only got one eye.
I know. She's got a nice figure, but she's only got one eye.
She's only got one eye.
It's a big one.
Well, write this down, Katie, and we'll do it as an X poll someday.
If you have a best question you'd like to submit, it's easy to do. radiofromhell@x96.com. Just put best question or meh in the subject line, and perhaps we'll get to it next Friday.
Mrs. Jetson's pretty hot. You got June.
Jane, his
Jane,
wife.
his wife.
Jane, his wife. That's right. She's pretty. You got to admit, she's pretty hot.
Little Cottonwood Canyon closed due to multiple avalanches. You are not skiing at Snowbird or Alta today. Sorry, you're not. Muhammad's upset. He had ski club today. He laid out all his stuff. He was ready to go. Nope, not happening today. Nobody hurt or no cars damaged, but multiple avalanches in Little Cottonwood Canyon. 8 to 9 feet deep in some places. It'll take them a while to clear those out.
Yeah.
A crash involving a trooper in Sardine Canyon. He was hit while in his vehicle on US 89, trapped inside for a brief period. Apparently, he has some minor injuries, but will be okay. So things are slick in the canyons. They're wet down in the valley and causing some accidents and slowage. If you see something you want to share, you can text it to us, 33986. Injured in an accident. Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahodvocates.com.
Have another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy coming up after this. KXRK Provo.
The music starts when
the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are drawn to a mysterious, uncharted planet.
Are you sure the weird booming voice in your head said that this was the planet?
Yeah, this is the place.
I'm getting no signs of life on this planet anywhere. Just some weird power source in a cavern well beneath the surface.
Well, we better check it out.
Wow, cool cavern. Hey, Lehigh, look! Lava lamps. Keen, huh?
Hey, Butch, you shouldn't mess around with stuff that's not ours.
Put me down.
Who said that?
It came from the lava lamp.
That is not a lava lamp. It is my receptacle. I am Calgon. Welcome to our world.
Sorry. Well, who's in the other receptacle?
That is my son, Polygon. We have resided here for 50,000 years, waiting for someone to come.
Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
And we heard you call, and we're here to offer any assistance we can. How did you guys end up in these receptacle thingies anyway?
We were a proud people, so technically advanced that we would be considered gods by your standards. We could have made an operational hyperbike the size of a walnut.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Wouldn't be very useful, though.
Centuries ago, our world was ravaged by war. We saw our own destruction and designed this cave to ensure the survival of our species. Of all the great minds of our world, only my son and I have survived.
Well, what do you want from us? A chance to hear the first discussion?
After 50,000 years, we wish to borrow your bodies so that we may get out and stretch our legs.
Oh, and what would happen to us?
You would occupy our receptacles during our short stay in your bodies.
Oh, hey, no way. How do we know you guys even have legs?
Come on, Butch, it'd be fun. Besides, we're here to help people.
And what guarantee do we have that you won't leave us stranded in these receptacles for the next 50,000 years?
I promise. Cross my heart.
Well, we'll have to take your word for that. Okay, we'll do it.
Oh, Father, I had forgotten what it was like to breathe the air. We have been in the receptacles for far too long.
Yes, my son, far too long. I can't wait to have a cup of coffee.
Not in my body, you don't.
And I want to get a Slurpee and give myself brain freeze.
Oh, I hate brain freeze. Hey, time's up. Get back in your receptacles.
Have Butch and Lehigh been cheated out of their bodies? Could our elders baptize a receptacle? Are they waterproof, or do they float? Will Lehigh's body get its first taste of coffee? Can Butch survive a bad case of brain freeze? Tune in next time to hear Calgon say...
Well, my son, we gave our word. It is now time to surrender their bodies and return to our receptacle.
No way! I haven't even gotten to play Nintendo yet. You just want to give them back their bodies because I got the good-looking one.
Oh, how true.
On the next hip-dislocating episode of Space Elders!
Sponsor?
Friday, February 14th is Valentine's Day. Booze-Teak has your sweetie's gift, special cocktail or mock cocktail ingredients. Open Monday through Saturday, 11-ish to 7, 315 East Broadway. Follow Booze-Teak on Instagram.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you'll feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and you feel alright.
Jimmy Santangelo, Jimmy the Wine Guy, or Splishy Splashy Jimmy, as we sometimes call him.
Morning.
He is the impresario of the Wine Academy of Utah. All kinds of events going on there, including you can train, be certified as a sommelier if
That's
you'd
right.
like to do that. You can go to wineacademyofutah.com for a listing of all the classes Jimmy offers and various pairings and events. And
Having a lot of fun.
Now
Teaching the peoples.
You've got some Valentine's Day stuff.
Yeah, we've got a little perfect pairing for the perfect honey, right? You know, we have all kinds of options out there. I have 3 presentations of pairings along with little bites. Everything's available in the state stores as well as local, whether from Trader Joe's or Caputo's or whatever the case is. The first one, this little blonder style, this is actually a Chardonnay. This is by Judd's Hill out of Napa Valley.
This one?
Yep, the one all the way to your left. Real narrow bottle, thin bottle, 375 milliliter. And this is from, it says 2006, 10-year special reserve. So what they've done is they've kept this Chardonnay in barrel for 10 years. And when you do that, there's this reductive kind of thing that'll happen. It evaporates. You know, the wine's going to evaporate a little bit. And what Judd Finkelstein, the winemaker there, the owner, what Judd's done here is he's added a little bit of Mark alcohol. He's fortified it with a higher proof alcohol.
What,
Yeah, so what that does is it preserves the wine. It almost like it pickles it. And it'll allow for the oxidation not to, it'll brown a little bit, but this really has that nice ripe tropical fruit.
You'll like this, Carrie.
Nice pineapple and mango and honeydew. And it's not a buttery oaky Chardonnay, but it has those Chardonnay characteristics. And then it's nice and rich on the palate.
Wow.
Full body.
Now, how do I, because I haven't done it yet,
So, yeah.
do I take a bite of this cookie first and then drink, or do I drink first and then
prime your
cookie?
palate with the wine.
Yeah. Okay.
And then little sippy sip of the wine. And then what we are pairing this with is a vanilla flavored. These are those wafer cookies. You know, whether you can get the square ones that I grew up with, but now the cool kids are using the Bonton wafers or more of a rod looking one, which is also really delicious. Not everybody likes chocolate, I heard. I don't know. I love chocolate, but not a lot of people like chocolate.
They're delicious.
So, yeah, that's a fun pairing. And this can be even after a lunch. It doesn't have to be an after dinner. A lot of times you'll have savory types of. Isn't that fun?
That is delicious.
I like those
What
too.
is the alcohol content of that?
The alcohol should be under 20%. I'll look here. They tend to get smaller as I get older, the writing on it. I don't see it offset, but it should be under 20%.
Okay.
So
That's
in that
delicious
form of a
stuff.
sherry, port, or Madeira.
That is great. All right.
Next one is more of a classic, where what we're doing is we have a toffee chip. So this is a milk chocolate covered toffee paired with a tawny port. Port is also a fortified beverage. Port is a style of wine that's been fortified during fermentation. So all the grape juice sugar has not been fortified, so it remains. And being a tawny, in port, we can make ports with either red grapes or white grapes. And what we've done here is we've blended them together. This is a 10-year tawny port. So you get that caramel, toffee character. Really,
And
I
it's
just
great
love
with this-
aromatics.
It's great with this piece of toffee, too.
Is that good? Yeah. That's a good one. And this
Oh.
would be more of a 19-20%
That smells
alcohol. And this is 500 milliliters, so a little bit bigger, still below a full bottle of wine. And these all hold well in the fridge. No worries. Yeah, so you can have them for a
okay,
minute
that's
after
good
you
to know.
open them up.
Oh, that's great.
You don't have to worry about. Some people don't finish all the
Yeah, 'cause
wine,
they're-
Gina, when they open it. I don't know.
Oh,
But but these aren't these are ones you want to savor. I think.
Yeah,
that's right.
I think you want to
just sipping
them.
these.
Yeah, little small pours.
I have the tendency to want to drink it out of the bottle.
No matter what it is.
Comes with a straw.
So these are desserts, is what we're talking about,
yeah,
right?
These are the dessert pairings
Okay.
On your own, and that's why you'll have at the end of the night your ports, your shares, everything will be in a smaller pour because they are a little higher proof in alcohol. Wines are on average 13.5%.
So what's the third one?
You always hear port and cigars in the ward. Let's have port and cigars in the wardroom.
That's right.
What's the next one?
This last one is whiskey. This is a rye whiskey by our favorite Sugar House Distillery. And what we're doing is we're pouring this with the Chocolate Conspiracy chocolate, a local chocolatier. Nice. And the chocolate that we have is a raspberry and ginger infused. Ooh. I selected that because rye whiskeys tend to have a high degree of spice, whether it's cinnamon and ginger. Mm-hmm. So that's a nice pairing there. Mm. And that's a fun one. That one doesn't hurt you at all.
I prefer milk chocolate to dark chocolate.
Oh, okay.
But with this whiskey, the dark chocolate is perfect.
And these are all very different.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
very different.
That's the fun part about it. So depending on the style of, this is the pairing for somebody who has everything, right? That person that has everything. I got some of this great glassware. You can get these Glencairn glasses down at Boustique. You can get other types of glassware throughout other venues in the city. And then everything's just really local. I got all this within about 1.5 miles, 2 miles from one another.
That's a great thing to do on Valentine's Day, though. Have your own little pairing. Don't pick one of these, but
you can do all three.
Thing.
Now, that's a lot to take in, but these are all on our website, I would assume, x96.com.
Yes, and we also put them on the wineacademyofutah.com under X96 tab, and this episode will be, you can re-listen, and then we'll have photos of all this great stuff.
And then quickly, you've got some events coming up with the Wine Academy of Utah.
Next week's really busy. We're certifying the executive team up at Snowbird for their Level 2 Wine and Spirits Education Trust Wine Award. And then at 3 Cups, we're featuring Sweetheart Wines. That's over in Murray Holiday. And then Thursday night at the Leonardo Museum, we have our multi-course tasting menu where I speak to the wines per every course. It's a lot of fun.
So if you want to take part in any of those, you can find out about them and register by going to the wineacademyofutah.com.
That's right.
And these I never would think Madeira, just not something on my radar, really.
Right.
Port, not a little bit. Sometimes I've had port
maybe
at a
here and
restaurant after, maybe as a...
Well, when you go to any of the Copper restaurants, they hand you a dessert menu and it has the ports and
so I'll have that occasionally.
Like that,
but that Madeira's that's
it's great.
Yeah, Judd's Hill, this 10-year Special Reserve 2006 vintage, and I'm buying them up. So you gotta get out there and get out there fast.
I'm gonna get one of those. I like that one.
Nice. All right, thank you, Jimmy Santangelo.
Thanks, guys.
It'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you feel all right.
Traffic, and then after traffic, I have Tool tickets to give away.
Oh, yes.
Emergency pothole repair. I told you they were bad. I-15 northbound. This is near 650 North in Clearfield with the 2 right lanes closed. It's bad enough they were not going to let anybody else drive over it. Traffic is backed past Antelope Drive in Layton. Accident involving a trooper in Sardine Canyon. It's pretty slick there. And Little Cottonwood Canyon closed. We've got multiple avalanches happening there, so you're not going to be skiing at Snowbird or Alta today, probably. And whiteout conditions in Logan. Road closed both directions from Beaver Mountain to Garden City. Multiple slide-offs there. And down here in the valley, it's just wet, but that's also caused some issues this morning as well. So slow down. Give yourself some room between you and the car in front of you, and be looking out for potholes. They are fixing that one, but there's more than that out there. Cosset is a local company that makes therapeutic bath bombs. Text BATH to 33986. Receive 10% off at Cosset stores and online at therapybomb.com.
Okay.
Jimmy, make sure you say hi to Ken Olinger and to Frederick when you're up at Snowbird.
You got it. For sure.
Ken is a great chef at the Airy.
He sure is.
All right, so
Tool tickets.
Oh, we got to do Tool tickets,
first.
yeah. Tools coming to Salt Lake Maverick Center March 16th. Tickets are on sale now, or perhaps you'll win some from us right now. I'm going to give you a keyword, and you'll text it to 33986 for your chance to win. The keyword is Maynard, MAYNARD, Maynard. Text that to 33986.
And here are your boner candidates coming up. Boner candidate number 1. So the rebroadcast regulations apply to everyone but Emerson Elementary, I guess. Boner candidate number 2. Where are my rights, wonders Crystal Butts? And number 3. I got the virus.
I got the virus. All right, round 2 of your boners coming up after these. Stand by. Let's talk about Harmon's.
That's another great place to go for Valentine's Day stuff. Roses, in particular, they are very proud of the roses that they have at Harmon's.
They're beautiful big roses, and they don't mark up the price for Valentine's Day. This is the same they always charge.
They are $45 per dozen, but they have all kinds of other flower arrangements at Harmon's. They really gear up for the Valentine's season, and also delicious chocolates. And I, for one, like to get a packet of Harmon's hot dogs for Valentine's Day. I really do. Yeah. I love those hot dogs they have there. My kids love them too. But all kinds of great Valentine's Day in any of your local Harmon's grocery stores. And if you're unsure about something, you think maybe I want to try this, or maybe I'd like to buy this and give it to somebody for Val, you can almost always take a little sample of something. They're happy to help you with that kind of thing as well. So your Harmon's grocery stores for Valentine's Day, there's no better place to shop. You'll find Harmon's just all over the Wasatch Front.
Download the brand new X96.
Brother Philip likes Propel water.
It's Jesus' preferred water.
On the right hand of God. America. On the right hand of God.
Excuse us. Are you Brother Philip?
Yeah.
Hi. Can we talk to you for a second?
Sure.
Yeah, we do a radio show in Salt Lake City. And we're just talking to your disciples over there. Is that what we should call them? Your disciples?
Well, no.
Brothers?
Your Jesus' disciples, really.
Oh, your associates. And we were going to chat with them for a second, and they said, well, you should go talk to Brother Philip. He's
the man.
Doing the preacher. The preacher. Now, so you do this every day here in Maui?
Yeah, I try to fulfill this.
And you have signs over there that say, sign of the times. What does that mean, Brother Philip?
It's right. I have to share it.
Pardon me?
St. Matthew.
All right, now Brother Philip's going to get out
Pulling out the Bible. It's a well-worn Bible. Looks like he's had it for a while.
How long have you had that Bible, Brother Philip?
I'm not sure, really.
And it's Matthew we're looking at.
Yeah.
Are you from Maui?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm from heaven, too.
From heaven?
Yes,
Well,
thank you.
I guess we're all from heaven.
Praise the Lord. The Holy Bible, heaven.
Yeah.
And in the morning, it shall be foul weather today. For the sky is red and lowering. O ye hypocrites, ye can discern the face of the sky, but can ye not discern the signs of the times?
High of 73.
I cannot discern the signs of the times.
Although
Can
it was
you?
a great album by Prince,
That's
I know
the
that.
reason why we look in the Bible, because of things that God has spoken is coming to pass today.
Now, Brother Philip, we have a woman here. She is the reason we came to Maui is to do. We do a radio show together, and but she's actually come here to get married.
Right on.
She'll be married on Monday. Monday. And do you have any advice?
God wills.
Pardon?
If God wills.
If God wills.
That means I might not get married if God doesn't will
I've
it.
maintained that all along, but if God wills, you will get married on Monday. But do you have any advice for somebody getting married?
Back to the book.
Like back in the book again. 19 now. Was it 19? Yeah?
Look at that. He knows right where to go in this book. It's like he's read it before.
Not so. Right. And said, for this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and the twain shall be one flesh.
Okay.
You're still looking for somebody to perform the ceremony, aren't you?
Do you do weddings, Brother Philip?
No, I have a friend who does that.
All right. Hey, thank you so much for talking with us.
I love you. Thank you so much for.
Yep. And thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Brother Philip, ladies and gentlemen, spreading the word on the streets of Maui on front. Remember that info, you're going to need it for this. Round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of Round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of those winners and put them against each other. 9:20 this morning is when Boner Fight happens. That's when you decide Boner of the Day. So right now, pick your champion for round 2. Choose strategically. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
Oh, and you're lucky today because you can go Valentine's shop at Booze Teak with a Booze Teak gift card.
Nice.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. So the rebroadcast regulations apparently apply to everybody but Emerson Elementary School, I guess. The chairman of the Disney Corporation has apologized to PTA 2 months after a Berkeley, California elementary school showed a privately owned DVD of the film Lion King at a movie night.
Okay.
A licensing representative for Disney told the school, "You're going to have to pay us $250 for doing that."
How did they even know about it?
Somebody ratted them on.
That's how they find out.
That's how you find out.
Why,
The chairman.
why would you care?
I can't answer that question, Gina. Let's see if the story does.
The Disney Corporation needs that $250.
The chairman of Disney said on Thursday that the company is apologizing. We're sorry to the school that was asked to pay for a license after it showed The Lion King at a school fundraiser organized by parents. Robert Iger, the chairman of Disney, said in a post on Twitter that the company apologizes to the Emerson Elementary School PTA, and I will personally donate to their fundraising initiative.
Good.
What good? So I suppose the rebroadcast regulations apply to everybody but Emerson Elementary School, huh? That's Boner candidate number 1. I just wanted to do that one for the title.
That's good.
Boner candidate number 2. Where are my rights, wonders Crystal Butts. A court hearing was held Thursday in connection to South Carolina family's desperate attempt to get their dog back. Ogie escaped his home in Anderson County on Christmas Day. He ended up at a shelter in Anderson County, South Carolina. Shelter officials said it appeared he'd been hit by a car. The dog was then transferred from that shelter to Grand Strand Golden Retriever Rescue. His owners Crystal and Jeremy Butts are taking legal action because they said the Horry County Rescue Group won't give the dog back. We are trying to do this civilly and just ask for nothing more than our dog back.
Makes sense.
Crystal said.
What's a rescue group for?
On Thursday, the rescue group's executive director asked for a jury trial in the case. The judge agreed and scheduled it for May. Apparently, we're going to have to hire an attorney, which is more money, and come and fight her, said Butts. Until the trial, Ogie will stay in custody of the rescue group. The Butts family said they are shocked by this decision. He plays with our kids, our little girl. She's 7. She rolls all over and plays with him, and they're expecting him to come home today, said Crystal Butts.
Isn't the point of a rescue organization to match dogs up with families?
But, Gina, we don't know the whole story, do we? The whole story very well could be, and it doesn't. Now, Crystal Butts is saying, what about my rights as a dog owner? Well, the executive director of the rescue said, we don't believe that Ogie has been treated well. So there is that.
Well,
okay. You know, he was allowed to get out. He got hit by a car. Nobody claimed him for the Butts family, says the director, didn't seem to make any concerted effort to try and find Ogie.
Okay.
And then when it turns out that he's at a shelter and somebody finally contacts them, then they want to get him back. So there is another side to this. We'll see how it goes in court. Boner candidate number 2, where are my rights? Wonders Crystal Butts. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, I got the virus.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by.
No matter how it happened, Caliber Collision makes it like it never did. The nation's largest collision repair company, rated among the highest in customer satisfaction, restoring the rhythm of your life.
I think I'm going to have a little fun with the release of my first solo album in a long time.
Ozzy?
It's 10 years, and I've got a solo record coming out, and I'm going to have a global tattoo sale and listening party. On February 20th, the eve of the album's release, tattoo shops in 50 cities around the world will be playing the album Ordinary Man in its entirety in advance of the release. Fans wanting to get tattoos during the event will be the first to select from a collection of exclusive Ozzy Osbourne-inspired designs. The Los Angeles tattoo shop will be famed tattoo artist Mark Mahoney's Shamrock Social Club on Sunset Boulevard in West Hollywood. To make a reservation for a permanent body ink, visit tattoo.ozzy.com. The following day, Ozzy will be hosting his first in-store appearance in 10 years at Amoeba Records in Hollywood on Sunset Boulevard. This will be one of the final events happening at the famous independent record store before it moves 2 blocks north and 2 blocks east to its new home on Hollywood Boulevard. So it's not going out of business.
No,
they're just moving.
It was for a while. They were talking about it, but now they're just moving.
Yeah, but so if you want to go get a tattoo on this particular day,
get
the
Ozzy
20th,
on your knuckles, just like Ozzy has. Is that what you're going to do?
so I don't forget my name. Let's see. And so Lindsey Graham has mocked Senator Mitt Romney's reasoning for voting to convict President Trump in his Senate impeachment trial on Wednesday. I would tell Romney or anybody else that I support a reasonable investigation of the president of my own party. I do not support a continued effort to try to destroy the presidency, he said. Romney became the first senator ever to vote to remove a president of his own party from office when he voted to convict Trump of abuse of power.
You know why? Because he abused his power.
One of the 2 articles of impeachment against him. I am profoundly religious, said Mitt Romney. My faith is at the heart of who I am. I take an oath before God as enormously consequential, and I knew from the outset that being tasked with judging the president, the leader of my party, would be the most difficult decision I've ever faced. I was not wrong about that. In response to Romney's invocation of his faith, Lindsey Graham said, well, all I can tell you is that God gave us free will and common sense, and I use the common sense that God gave me to understand that this is a bunch of BS. So you must be talking to a different God, Lindsay. You're talking to a different. You're not talking to the Mormon God.
Well, Mike Lee's talking to the Mormon God.
Well,
what does
I
he
don't-
have to say about
I
this
don't-
attack on his religion?
I don't know that he is talking to the Mormon God. He may not be. He might think he is, but he might be talking to the great deceiver.
All I know is, according to Lindsey Graham, Mormons are screwy.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think your Mormon beliefs are a little screwy, but I still have respect for your college football team.
That's a direct piece of tape from Lindsey Graham right
Yep.
there. The operating room of a Utah hospital was temporarily shut down after an inspection found serious issues with sterilization. That shutdown happened last July. It's coming to light now thanks to the digging of a West Jordan woman whose mother died at that hospital, Lori Van Roosendale Thompson. Her 79-year-old mother went in for a gallbladder removal at Jordan Valley Medical Center. She says her mom developed an infection and subsequently died. Several months later, Van Roosendale Thompson said a friend who used to work at the medical center gave her a tip. Around the time her mother was in the hospital, the facility was being investigated by the state health department. Van Roosendale Thompson requested a copy of what health officials found and received a 55-page report. The hospital failed to provide a sanitary environment to avoid sources and transmissions of infections and communicable disease. The report listed several examples, including that the hospital failed to ensure that their infection control program was functioning, and there'd been an issue with the machine that washes and sterilizes the instruments, and staff was noticing a film, a brownish-colored stain on surgical instruments. I don't know, if I'm an operating room staff and I see a brown, filmy stain on the surgical equipment, I'm going to say,
Stop
hey,
everything.
That ain't right.
Hey, let's not be using this stuff.
Wipe it on your shirt. That's all right.
The hospital was reportedly past due on its bills to companies that provide chemicals to the hospital that are used to clean drains in the operating rooms. We're not going to give you any more disinfectant until you pay your bill. Wow. Hey, you can now get your marriage license online.
You mean a copy?
Anybody getting married in Utah can now get their marriage license online.
Oh, I see.
Let's see. It's
You have
not
to check your ID and stuff.
That's what I would think.
anyone getting married in the state of Utah can now get their license from any county according to state law. Everywhere else in Utah, nearly everywhere else in the country, requires the couple to appear in person, fill out paperwork, and present identification. You and your significant other handed that to one of our clerks, who then retyped everything you had just handwritten. Well, this woman, let's see, it's Ms. Gardner, says that Amelia Powers Gardner, clerk and auditor, says that the process was labor-intensive and susceptible to human error. Now the online process takes 10 minutes and requires both people to use one smartphone or computer to fill out a form, take a picture of their IDs, and take selfies.
Pictures of their IDs?
Yeah, so you take a photo of your ID and a selfie, and that's a pretty good verification. If it's a picture of you and what are you afraid that there's going to be rampant fake marriage licenses?
No, I don't. I wouldn't want to take a digital picture of my ID and send it out into the world. I don't think that's such a good idea.
The county issues about 10,000 marriage licenses a year. This week, one of the two marriage license clerks retired and will not be replaced with another full-time staffer. So we've got to do something to streamline the process. I'm all for it. I don't have my marriage license. When I got married, there was a note that said, if you would like a copy of your marriage license, go to the county clerk's office, and we'll provide you one for $10 or something like that. And I've still got that piece of paper. I just don't have
You might need it sometime for.
I think we got ours.
I don't. I kept meaning to get it, and just never have. Why somebody's going to call into question my marriage? That's fine with me.
No, like if your wife needed a passport, you would have to.
She has a passport. She doesn't need it. She didn't need to provide a marriage license.
Takes care of that then.
Well, I'm just saying I've
Everyone
never
else,
needed it.
I-
I've never needed it.
I had to show mine when I got.
Yeah. The rest of you, don't worry about it.
Well, we never had to, so I don't know why you did. Oh, I know why. You're married to an Egyptian.
It requires extra documentation.
Cheesecake. It's delicious, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You hadn't really considered it a portable treat, have you? Until now. There are now jars from a company called Aldi, and it's a jar of cheesecake.
Aldi's a grocery store.
Is it a grocery store chain? Well, they're putting out their own cheesecake. What is it, British?
No, it's
around here? Not around here.
I went to one in Illinois.
Jars are made approximately, they're named Jar Joy, and they are so it's cheesecake with a crust on the bottom of it and in a jar. And you can put it in the refrigerator, and then when you want to just get a spoon, and I like this idea. Just dig into a jar of cheesecake. I think that's going to be great. And finally, this story. The first sighting of the Loch Ness Monster this decade has been reported. This is the first one this decade, okay? Since we turned 2020.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say this guy's name because it's Welsh, and they use too many consonants and not enough vowels. It's probably Aaron Fadugan, but that's not.
This sounds good enough. That's good enough.
Described as a veteran Loch Ness watcher, claims to have spotted an object swimming and splashing around in Urquhart Bay at Loch Ness. A study in 2018 revealed the mythical creature is worth 41 million pounds a year to the British economy.
I have a sighting right now.
There he is.
No, put the camera on Gary. There he is.
There he is. There he is. He's popping up. There he is.
Don't make fun of the Loch Ness Monster. He's worth a lot of money to the economy of the area. People go looking for him. A Canadian businessman was jailed for 30 days after telling a judge he burned $1 million Canadian in cash to avoid paying his wife spousal and child support. As part of the divorce settlement, a judge told failed mayoral candidate Bruce McConville, "I don't believe you. I don't trust you. I don't think you're honest. You're going to jail." And then finally this story. A fox broke into Parliament yesterday. The cunning mammal was spotted climbing an escalator into the main building where the MPs work. Later, a video showed the fox being removed from a building in a blue box before being released onto the pavement next to the River Thames. There you go.
Sports weather traffic.
On Thursday, six-time Pro Bowl safety and former Ute Eric Weddle announced his retirement from the NFL after 13 years with the Chargers and with the Ravens, and he's one of the best to ever come out of Utah. And he's a super nice guy. He's fun to watch, and he's just had some injuries the last couple of years, and it's time to be done. So we salute you, Eric. It's been fun to watch you play. The Jazz, let's see, they play tonight, Portland at home, 8:30. Weather, it's wet and rainy in the valleys, but it's causing havoc in the canyons. We'll have a high of 44 and continued rain down here in the valleys. But the canyon, Sardine Canyon, is a mess. Little Cottonwood Canyon is closed. It's the second day in a row you won't be able to ski at Snowbird or Alta. That's very unusual, but they've had several natural avalanches that have covered the road up there. Some places 8 to 9 feet. They're buried under that. They have one of those inter-building warnings out. Like you're stuck in your building up at Snowbird. You can't walk between buildings. I'm not saying the word right, but there's a big sign saying interlodge travel. That's what it is.
Interlodge travel. Okay.
It is illegal to leave this building, it says.
Oh.
Just kind of scary. So if you want to go skiing, probably Big Cottonwood Canyon, although they are having traction laws in effect there. Crash eastbound 33rd South, 2nd West. 2 right lanes are blocked. Only 1 left lane available. Emergency pothole repair on northbound I-15 at 650 North in Clearfield. 2 right lanes are closed. Traffic is backed past Antelope Drive in Layton. That was a pretty large pothole they're fixing there. There are several of them out there because we've had such a drastic temperature change in the last few days. So be on the lookout for potholes. Cosset, a local company that makes therapeutic bath bombs. Text BATH to 33986. Receive 10% off at Cosset stores or online at therapybomb.com.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I got the virus. An airplane passenger who falsely claimed that he had coronavirus on a WestJet flight got arrested for it and now says that his prank was, quote, probably not the best thing to do.
No.
James Potok, 28-year-old aspiring musician from Ontario, Canada, said he made the false claim while trying to film a viral video for publicity aboard the flight, which was ultimately forced to divert back to Toronto's Pearson International Airport on Monday. The plane was bound for Montego Bay. Reports indicate it had already reached airspace over Florida by the time it was forced to divert and fly back to Canada. Mr. Potok, who goes by the name Potok Philippe, told Toronto City News that he got out of his seat about midway through the flight with the intention of filming a viral video for Instagram. I looked around, I said, "Can I get everybody's attention? Please, can I all have your attention? Or can I have all your attention?" And then I followed that by saying, "I believe I said, word for word, I just got back from Hunan Province, the capital of the coronavirus, and I'm not feeling well."
What an ass.
Mr. Potok, who presumably was unaware that the coronavirus was first detected in Hubei, not Hunan, said the crew soon quarantined him in the back of the plane. Once I saw we were flying back to Canada, I kind of, I kind of guessed that I didn't do the right thing.
No.
I don't think I did the right thing. Boner candidate number 3. I got the virus.
Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. So the rebroadcast regulations apparently apply to everyone but Emerson Elementary School, I guess. So they showed, just one of the kids had a copy of Lion King. I think it's the new one, too.
Probably.
And they showed it at school, and it was all associated with a fundraiser.
And nothing bad happened. It was fine.
Yeah, it was fine. It was, nothing would happen. No, you're right. Anyway, Disney first said, well, you're going to have to pay rebroadcast fees. And it was like $300 or something like that. But cooler heads at Disney prevailed, and they said, no, we shouldn't have done that. You're fine. And as a matter of fact, we'll donate some money to the fundraiser. Boner candidate number 2, where are my rights? Wonders Crystal Butts. She and her family trying to get their dog back from a rescue group. The rescue group, I believe, is claiming that they feel the dog was not well treated. The Butts family said, it's our beloved pet and we want it back. And Boner candidate number 3, I got the virus.
You've got to decide right now the winner of round 2. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? So if it wins here, it's just the winner of round 2. To become Boner of the Day, it's going to have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting that we did an hour ago. So that's why you need to choose strategically to send this one forward to Boner Fight. 9:20 is when that happens. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. Right now, pick your champion for round 2, 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit, that number, in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or call Katie in the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting February 7, 2020, and vote there. You've got 300 seconds. Well, less than. Here you go. Round 2.
So angry. Saturday night, After I went to the Warped Tour, I went to a party,
Mhm.
and I think it was about 10 o'clock at night. I get home, and I'm out. I was out on the sidewalk. It's not important why. 10 o'clock, out on the sidewalk, and what do I see coming across the street? A raccoon, and there's a lot of traffic, and he's coming right toward my house.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of traffic,
Yeah.
and the lights in the car, and a car honked, and the raccoon kind of, like this, and I thought, God, hit him! I was hoping the car had hit him, but it missed him.
Yeah.
And he came, and I'm standing 20 feet away from him.
Yeah.
And he came running, and he ran, and I started yelling at him, and he ran right up my tree, the one that's in my front yard. I have a gigantic, like
Bill treed a coon.
a 50-foot tree. Yeah, I treed a coon. I was yelling, you son of a! Get back here!
Bill lives where the red fern grows.
I was just so mad, and he ran up the damn tree, and they're everywhere. God.
I think they've declared war on you.
I think they have.
Coming to get you.
It's like birds have declared war on my wife. Raccoons.
No kidding.
Declared war on you.
He got he stopped and growled at the car. I swear to God, he did.
Hi, Rose.
Get away!
Shake his fist. Roadhog.
Little birdie finger.
One of his little bandit hands,
Bird finger.
Their hands are almost human,
They have them,
But ran right up the tree in front of my house. God, that made me mad.
What are you going to do?
Did your wife lock you out again? You sleep on the porch. Was it one of those?
No.
No?
Oh, why I was on this?
Why you were out on the front porch?
I was taking the night air.
He's farting.
Taking in the night air.
He's out farting.
Yeah. I'll be back in a while, honey. I gotta go take the night air.
He's right, isn't he?
No,
Taking the night wind.
No.
Is what it is.
No, I wasn't.
There's a breeze. Let me just put it that way.
Man, I live in the city. I don't
You
need
shouldn't
this
have- no,
crap.
You have to move to the country to get away from the coons.
No kidding. It just drives me crazy.
I tell you, we haven't had any raccoon problems since Van's dog Chase killed one in the backyard, and ever since then they're gone.
I believe that when I start trap, I should go home and set up a trap, and
Yeah.
because if I trap a couple of them, they kind of lay off for a while.
Well, then that means you have to keep trapping them.
I know.
Got to send a message.
I know. I got the trap there. I just haven't. I'll set it, and Brian will come and get him.
I want reliable people who aren't going to get carried away.
This is years you've been dealing with this.
I just hate it.
Got to send a message to the coon community.
I haven't seen one of the cats for quite a while. The
Rush or G. Gordon, you mean?
Yeah, Rush is. I haven't seen Rush for a week. Baby Rush is finally gone.
Raccoon will kill a cat.
I don't know.
I know.
They've been coexisting for a while.
Well, no, I mean, one of the Rush has been injured by the raccoon. I assume it's the raccoons. Before, I've taken him to the vet a couple of times with injuries. It just drives me crazy.
Well, got to kill one. Got to kill one. Send a message.
Spill blood.
Well, it's just sprinkle raccoon blood on the threshold.
Well, where are you going to get that raccoon blood, huh?
From a raccoon, I guess.
You got to bleed one.
Can't you buy it at Sportsman's Warehouse?
No, that's urine, and that will attract them. I'm sorry.
Man.
8:47, time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by some vegetable hash with eggs on the top of it.
And Friday, February 14th is Valentine's Day. Booze Teak has your sweeties gift and special cocktail or mock cocktail ingredients. Open Monday through Saturday, 11-ish to 7, 315 East Broadway. Follow Booze Teak on Instagram.
Boner candidate number 1 was, so the rebroadcast regulations apply to everybody except for the Emerson Elementary School, huh? All right. Disney chairman apologizing to the local PTA at Emerson Elementary after they were asked to pay a fee for showing The Lion King in a school classroom in a fundraiser. Boner candidate number 2, where are my rights? Wonders Crystal Butts and her family, trying to get their dog back from a rescue group. The rescue group seems quite unwilling to turn the dog back to the family. There's no clear indication of why, but they're going to go to court over this. And boner candidate number 3, I got the virus. There's a guy on a plane arrested for claiming falsely that he had the coronavirus. He said, I did it I was going to do a publicity video, and I thought it'd be funny. I guess it wasn't a good idea, though.
No.
Rosemary won a Booze Teak gift card, and the winner was boner candidate number 3, I got the virus.
That is your winner of round 2 of your boner voting. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be boner of the day. Depends on how it does against the winner of round 1. We'll take both those candidates and put them against each other. About a half hour from now, 9:20 is when Boner Fight happens, and you decide boner of the day.
It's National Wave All Your Fingers at Your Neighbor Day.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know why it is, but it is.
So it's like
yeah.
that?
It says, don't wave at your neighbor. Use all your fingers, though. Just wiggle your fingers.
I don't.
Why?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very
but,
easy.
yeah, but why?
I don't know. It says, greet your neighbor, show respect and appreciation on this very important day. Wave all your fingers at your neighbor.
Who says that?
The wave all your fingers at your neighbor.
I'm not
society.
waving all my fingers at my
It's
neighbor.
a little. I know it's probably a little too much work for you.
That's 10 appendages of movement.
You can do it and remain seated.
Well, let me see.
See?
I
yeah,
guess
you
so.
can. You can.
But I just don't know why it's necessary.
I don't either.
Does this conflict with National Wear Red Day?
Is it Wear Red Day as well
today?
Yeah, that's for heart.
Yeah, cardiovascular
Yeah.
disease.
Oh yeah, I saw a picture of Heather Graham, all dressed in red.
Oh,
for that.
Do you talk to your neighbor? You got a new neighbor, don't you?
Not yet.
Oh, they haven't sold their
No,
house
he hasn't
yet.
sold his house yet. He's way overpriced it. He's never going to sell it.
Why don't you? You ought to go tell him that. I say I'm anxious to have you move.
I wish you would move.
Yeah.
Lower your price. It's too high.
Probably wouldn't go down well.
No, he's not been living there either.
Oh.
So nobody's living there?
No one, not right now. No, he shows up about once a week.
Well, that's not so bad. That's almost better than having a
Almost.
neighbor.
Yeah, but when I get a new neighbor, I've got to meet them, and because he's right over me. I mean, he's just
Like above you.
House looks down on you.
Yeah, we are so close to each other that I gotta have good relations with that person.
Same with my neighbor next door.
Yeah.
We share a driveway, as a matter of fact.
I'm confused about something.
What's that?
So there's a story today about Snoop Dogg, and he's mad at Oprah and Gayle King, and it's all because Gayle. It's this whole Kobe Bryant thing. But Bill Cosby is talking to Snoop on Instagram. How does Bill Cosby have? You can have Instagram when you're in prison.
I guess.
What?
Is it him or is it his people?
I think it's him.
Because Cosby has people.
I'm sure he's not in maximum security.
Oh, maybe you're allowed.
I think he's
because he's saying on behalf of myself and Camille and my family and my this and me that and my.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think
you can have Instagram and
sure. Why not?
Well, I
because it's sort of the opposite point of prison.
I mean, I could see you having the internet and having access to, like legal stuff, but just being able to be on Instagram seems kind of odd.
I think it depends on what level of prison you're in. I think he's not in maximum security or anything like that. So,
He's a rapist. He should be.
Yeah,
but I don't believe he is.
I don't think they let them have phones, though.
But if they have a computer, if there's like a library at the prison he can
maybe,
go to.
Yeah,
and
maybe
be on
you're
the-
allowed to have a computer.
I'm sure you can have access to some sorts of things. It's not like you can do it all the time, but I'm sure he goes to the prison library.
And he hops on Instagram and,
Occasionally, I guess.
Oops, I just followed him accidentally. Sorry.
You did?
Unfollow.
Yeah, unfollow. Good Lord.
I don't want to follow Bill Cosby.
But did you find out what they're fighting about?
So, this is a whole thing.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't have to tell
Well, Gail King was interviewing somebody.
Lisa Leslie, who's a WNBA player, who's a friend of Kobe Bryant's.
Okay.
Asked her about the rape allegations.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So there's people that are mad about.
Now, Gail King is mad because she said CBS released just that portion of the interview
and not the rest
and
of it.
put it online
just to stir people up.
And she said, I asked about it in the context of a whole interview about Kobe Bryant, and as a journalist or whatever, I thought I should ask about that as well. And then she said, but CBS put just that portion up online, and it doesn't make me look very good.
Because there was a whole interview there.
Okay.
And so she's mad at
And
her
actually,
boss. And actually, CBS, I think they took down the.
And I watched it. I thought she handled the question very well because her question is, is it okay to bring this up? Is it okay to talk about this? Or because somebody dies, do we not talk about it? That's what she was talking about with her. It was an interesting question.
Yeah.
And I thought this part was really interesting. Lisa Leslie said, "That's not the Kobe I know. Anytime I saw him out in a club or anything, I never saw him act that way toward women." And Gail said, "Well, you wouldn't, would you? This was a private thing that happened supposedly. Of course you never saw him that way. You were never in that situation with him." I think Gail, actually, I mean, you make fun of Gail, but she's actually a really good interview.
When was the last time you heard me make fun of
You
Gail?
make fun of Gail all the time.
I defy you within the last month when I've made fun of Gail King.
Katie, I want you to find
Within the last month.
Within the last month?
I
Oh,
haven't
I
made
don't
fun
know.
of Gail King. I think she was her bosses at CBS apparently agreed with her, and because they took it down. They said you're right. This doesn't make it look good, and
put up
it's
the
out
whole
of
thing
it's out of
if-
context, and you're right. So they took it down.
Those people who are in prison right now were kids once. And then somewhere along the way, they did something wrong, something dumb. Maybe they even got away with it at first and thought they'd never get caught. They were wrong. Now, they're in prison.
With Instagram.
Yeah, somebody help me figure out how Bill Cosby's on Instagram.
Someone's saying that you can't use Instagram on a computer, but I just saw you do it.
Yeah, you can.
Well, you can't post.
You can't post, but you can see it.
Yeah.
Okay. Apparently, you can only post on a mobile device.
I want
right.
to know how Bill Cosby has.
I think it's people.
Let's
Anyway.
see. So down in the valleys, rain, wet roads. That's causing some issues, and some of the issues are potholes. Actually, be aware that they are big and abundant. Little Cottonwood Canyon is closed for the day. If you're up listening to us at Snowbird, stay in the building. Carl, stay in the house. There's avalanches full of zombies outside that will get you.
Is there?
Zombieland.
No, several avalanches have closed the canyon, and they're asking people to stay put because they don't know if they're going to have more today. So Big Cottonwood Canyon is open. Sardine Canyon, pretty treacherous this morning. And looks like that's about it. That's traffic. Canadian circus troupe Flip Fabrique brings their whimsical cirque show Blizzard to Salt Lake City February 13th for one night only. Tickets at utahpresents.org.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Boner Fight is coming up along with a reasonable amount of news.
X96 is teaming up with Big Brother
Well, here I am at 12,887 feet, Tengboche. The Tengboche Monastery is here, and 5.5 hours on the road to Tengboche today. The first part of the walk, I'd say the first 3 hours, 3.5 hours, fairly nice, fairly leisurely. We left Namche, and it was just kind of gentle up and down. And then we crossed the river, what's the name of the river again? Dudakosi River. We crossed the river and had some lunch and then started up. And it was, I'm telling you, it was 2 hours, 2.5 hours up, unrelenting up to 12,800 and some odd feet. So it's not a walk in the park. Well, it is a walk in the park. This is the Sagarmatha National Park. Sagarmatha is the name of Everest in Nepali. So anyway, I'm on the trail, and I saw my first yak today. You don't see yak down low. As a matter of fact, if the yak go, I guess, below about 12,000 feet, they will die. They can't go down to where we started. And conversely, there are buffalo down below and cows down below, and they can't come up high, or they will die. And there's a great story about the buffalo and the yak. The yak apparently there's no salt in Nepal, and so the yak decided that they would go to Tibet and find salt for the people of Nepal. And when they got to Tibet was so beautiful, they decided they would just stay. And so the cows, and you'll see the cows and the buffalo always looking up, and they're always looking up wondering when the yak are going to bring the salt back. Does that make sense? Anyway, we passed places that were offering fresh yak cheese. I didn't try it. But I will, and yak milk soon to come. Coming up in just a minute, I'm going to talk more about the trek up here and about the rhododendron forest. We'll talk about that coming up.
I like that song.
On this day,
the singer Sully Erna for Godsmack was born on this date in 1968. 1968.
So Bill's going on a trip today.
Yes.
And he hasn't packed yet.
I meant to pack last night, but I fell asleep.
Ooh.
So now I don't think the plane is until like 12:55. So I like to be there 2 hours ahead of time, but it's not absolutely necessary. You get there by.
Do you want to leave here a little bit early?
Yeah, maybe.
I was gonna say we can handle boner of the week.
That might be a good idea.
Yeah, you just take off.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. That's a good idea.
No problem.
We're very happy that you're going on this trip.
Yes.
We think you need to.
You won't have to put up with me
No,
for 2
no.
days next week.
I'm just hoping you come back well rested and relaxed.
Well, I do too. That's the goal.
Like, do you have plans to do anything, or is the idea just to sit around?
One thing. I'm going to drive on Sunday.
Drive to Tucson.
Take 2 hour drive to Tucson. Visit with my old friend, and 2 hour drive back.
And that's all you should have planned.
That's really all I have
Everything else should just be, sitting by the pool or.
You should sleep till you can't sleep anymore.
So it's this resort.
Yeah.
It's a Hilton resort, and it's all around golf. Well, I don't golf, but there are like 5 different swimming pools, and it's one of those big sprawling resort places.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some looks like some beautiful countryside around there, like for hiking trails and things like that. But I don't even know if I'll do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't even do that.
I am.
I think you should sleep as much as you want to sleep, and
Yeah, that's my plan. I just want to sleep and hang out,
relax.
and go to the bar and sit by the pool,
have a
and
good meal.
read books, and
Get to know the concierge.
yeah.
They'll
Yeah.
get you good reservations places.
Well, there's really no place to go. It's outside of town.
It's that far out.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
So then you
10
don't even
miles
have to
outside town.
decide where to go
No.
eat. It's just all there.
It's pretty much there.
That's great.
Yeah. So the thought was, well, should we stay in a nice hotel right downtown, or should we? And we started looking around, and this was actually less expensive than a nice hotel right downtown.
See, it's the high 60s today in Phoenix.
I want it to be warmer than that. Now, Jerry said it was in the mid 70s yesterday in Tucson. So mid 70s, that you can go to the pool if it's mid 70s. On the high 60s, I don't know.
Because are you even going to get in the pool, or are you just going to be by the pool?
I usually don't get in it much unless it's really hot, and then I'll get in to cool off. But
It'll be 73 tomorrow. How about that?
That's okay. That's good enough for pool, isn't it?
Oh, sure. Maybe it's a heated pool.
Oh, I'm sure they are. And, and I don't know. We'll see. It's a Hilton resort, so we'll see. The food should be okay. I don't really want to do much. I can probably get some new golf cleats at the pro shop.
Sure.
And some cigars and hang out with a bunch of fat guys.
Probably Republicans, though.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, you're going to overhear some good conversations.
Oh, yeah.
This is Arizona.
That's right. Very red state.
I hope so. Yeah.
Not very relaxing.
You should wear like your
boner
all
t-shirt.
your boner or your music is evil T-shirt or your Jane's Addiction.
Make sure my zipper's always partway down.
What do you do?
I'm in radio.
And if you have a ground floor with an open door to the outside, don't do like I did. Sleep with the door open.
Yeah.
Because
critters can come in?
Well, they didn't, but I was chastised by the people who owned the house who I was staying with. I said, yeah, it was just so nice. We just had the doors open last night. You did what?
You're crazy.
I said, well, it was beautiful. And he says, well, look, first of all, scorpions.
Yeah.
Second of all... I said, but I got to hear those coyotes. And said, second of all, coyotes.
First of all, scorpions.
And I'm like, why are we living in this hellhole? if there are poisonous lizards everywhere, why do you live here? We like it here. I mean, you're insane.
I was in Phoenix once, and it just was not. And I was in like downtown Phoenix, and it was not pretty. I didn't care for it much.
No.
But there's beautiful countryside or desert countryside around it.
Yeah, this was out, I want to say Tucson. I want to say that's where it was. Out.
Why did you go there?
It was a wedding.
That's right.
And yeah, I want to say it was Tucson, but yeah, nice at night. But
don't leave the door.
There's
open.
nothing to. There's nothing to recommend about Arizona.
And
to
Phoenix
me.
is like spread out. It's just out across the desert. Like it's just bizarre.
We chose to live in a hellscape, so don't sleep with the doors open.
Now, there are parts of Arizona that are much more attractive and much prettier than Phoenix.
Yeah, like I would have thought you would have gone to like Sedona or something.
Yeah, but
maybe it was Sedona.
I think we went to Phoenix because it was just on a whim. And this was several months ago. There was a real cheap flight, and so my wife said, let's get this, and we'll go to Phoenix in February. Okay.
My brother lives there with his wife, and he almost every day takes a picture of himself at the pool. Like, even this time, he's there.
Is that David?
Yeah.
He's there at the pool now?
Every day. I bet he's there. I bet if I go on Instagram, there's a picture of him at the pool. He's going to school.
Oh, okay.
Well, let's take a break. We'll get to Boner Fight coming up, a reasonable amount of news, and then you can leave when you want.
I'll do that. Thank you.
Let's see. Oh, we need to talk about Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Scott Hale, listen, if you need a furnace repair, this is who you want to call, Scott Hale. They'll do a furnace repair and give you just, let's see, $100 off a $300 repair, just like that. But maybe you need your furnace replaced. Well, Scott Hale can do it fast and efficient, and they'll give you $500 off on a furnace replacement. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air, licensed technicians, and so you don't have to get your furnace replaced really soon. Make sure it's tuned up. If you tune it up every year,
yep, you're going to catch something before it's a big problem.
So they'll do a furnace tune-up. Scott Hale will do a furnace tune-up for you for just $39. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Give them a call, 801-264. That's 801-264-HALE. Or you can go to their website, scotthale.com.
How do you feel about hot water bottles?
No, I don't have a lot of experience with those. Although it seems to my grandmother always had one hanging on the back of the bathroom door with a hose on it.
That wasn't a hot
water. Oh, it wasn't?
It wasn't?
Well, what was it?
Oh.
It was red rubber.
Yeah, that wasn't a hot
with
water.
a hose on it?
No.
Wait a minute, she just left that out?
What was that for?
You really don't know?
I just want you to tell me. I might know, but
It's something that's not recommended anymore that women do.
Oh.
Well,
I think
that's what that was.
I think
that
it was
not a hot water bottle.
I think it was also used for enemas. They used them for enemas, I think, as well.
Sure.
But it was the same thing, right? It was the hot water. You could take the hose off.
I don't think you should
it
use
was
it for all of those things.
Well, I think it was the same deal. You could take the hose off, and there was a stopper. I think.
This really disturbs me because I thought it was just a hot water bottle. It was like at my aunt's house.
Nope.
And I saw that. She just left that out?
Yeah, they always used to be hanging on the back, right?
I mean, she knew that we were coming to visit.
So they can dry them out. You got to hang them
What are you
up.
just leaving that out for?
They were always on a hook on the back of the bathroom
People are coming
door.
to visit you.
It was the custom
of
the time. Back in the day, that's what they did. But I think they also used them as hot water
I
bottles.
hope not.
I'm going to look it up. I'll look it up.
If your grandma ever handed you a hot water bottle, I hope it was something
Hey,
different.
even if it was an enema bag, all right? Why did she leave that out? She knew that we were coming to visit. You put stuff away when you know people are coming to visit.
Put that in the enema bag drawer.
I mean, I know we're family, but
and they used it for flushing other things out as well.
Yes.
They used it for douching.
Why would my aunt just leave that out?
Harry, don't douche.
She's a horrible person.
No, everybody did.
I remember my grandma having it hanging on. Grandma Fern had it on the back of her.
Douche.
I mean, I didn't like her anyway, but now I really don't like her.
But see, it didn't do you any damage because you didn't know.
It's doing it now.
The memory.
It's making me think about.
Are you scarred now?
No, her thought process. Family's coming to visit. I'm just going to leave this out. I don't care.
Well, maybe somebody in the family needs an enema or a douche or a hot water bottle. It's handy.
Remember that info. You're going to need it for Boner Fight to determine who is Boner of the Day. We'll have that for you coming up here in about 7 minutes from now. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
LHM Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, Sandy. Save thousands with the largest inventory of Chrysler Jeeps, Dodge, and Ram trucks. Shop your deals online at lhmdeals.com.
Thank you.
Well, the Burger King is going to let people trade a photo of their ex for a free sandwich. With Valentine's Day coming up, the last thing you probably want to think about is your ex. Well, just this once, you're going to want to dig up your old memory box because Burger King is letting you trade those not-so-romantic memories for a delicious burger.
You could take any picture
and
say it's my ex. How do they know?
Oh, they know.
It's your ex.
The Burger King is magic, remember.
Gina, they don't.
Oh.
Yeah, they just want us
You
to
thought you had them there, didn't you?
Yeah.
You don't know. It's your ex.
See, they've won already.
Oh.
See,
This Valentine's Day, select Burger King locations in New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Boston will have Birds of Prey themed breakup boxes.
Oh, because Harley broke up with the Joker.
Now, you bring in a printed photo of your ex and stuff it inside one of the boxes. You'll receive a free Whopper.
Take a picture of the Joker.
Yeah.
And they won't really know whether it's your ex or not.
There'll be some biddy working at a Burger King.
I can't
It's
accept
I
this.
don't
I
think
don't.
that. You didn't date the
think?
Joker.
So let me see here. There was one other story. I can't. The flight attendants are being trained how to deal with patients, with customers who want to look at porn while they're on an airplane.
Oh.
And it happens.
Even if you're someone that likes to look at porn, you want to look at it on an airplane with other people,
Especially on an airplane.
right next to you.
Especially with people sitting next to me. It's the way you meet people, you know?
it's like-
You can say, hey, what do you think? Get
I'm
a
an
load of this.
enthusiast as well.
Get a load of this. We got something in common, I bet. Huh? Yeah, they're it is
I
a
bet it's
touchy
a
situation.
problem.
It is, and so what do you do? Well,
Interesting.
they're training them on how to deal with passengers who may persist in looking at pornography while on a flight. Hey, Hey, flight attendant, come here. Take a look at this, will you?
It apparently happens more often than you'd think.
I think it happens quite often. As a matter of fact, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen somebody
I'm just
doing
surprised anybody would make that choice.
I did this. I did one of these, as a matter of fact. I did one of these. I think you might want to think better of what you're doing right now. And the person became immediately embarrassed and went, oh. I think they didn't think I could see it or something.
Well, and then there's couples under blankets.
Mm-hmm.
But, the flight attendants have to deal with that too. Yeah.
Authorities say
People
that
are horrible.
People are horrible. Yes.
Authorities say that a Florida woman responded to her husband's request for a separation by letting him have it with a stun gun.
See, people are horrible.
Pinellas County Sheriff's Office reports that 69-year-old Pamela Carr was arrested at her home in Clearwater, her mobile home in Clearwater. Deputies say she and her husband got into an argument, and he told her he wanted to end their marriage of 9 years. At some point, investigators say Ms. Carr pulled out a taser and stunned her husband several times at close range. You want a divorce, huh? I'll give you a divorce.
You can just get a divorce.
I think she was trying to talk him out of it.
Do you think that's like,
that's it.
I've changed my mind.
Now that I've had several electrical shocks, I realized I want to stay with you.
Oh, listen, it's please don't shock me anymore. I won't ask for a divorce again. A bill ending the option of a straight ticket ballot in which Utah voters can support all of the candidates from a political party with a single vote has earned the approval of a legislative panel. So right now, and in the past, you've been able to say, do you wish to vote for just nothing but a straight Democratic ticket, and you can just check one box.
Yeah.
They're going to get rid of that. You have to go check the box by everyone that you plan to vote for.
I think it's a fine idea.
I do too. Members of the House Government Operations Committee voted 7-2 for House Bill 70, which is sponsored by Mill Creek Democratic Representative Patrice Arendt, who for years has attempted to run similar legislation, said her proposal would not stop a voter for. You can still vote for all Democrats if you want,
sure.
But this ensures that you go at least look at each name. And the other problem is too, a lot of times there are on the ballot judges and initiatives and things like that, and people think, well, they make that one vote. They're done. Well, you're not done sometimes. There are other things to be considered, and your ballot, if it's not complete, I believe, is not counted.
Again, Patrice Arendt, my representative.
No, you can vote for whatever you want. You don't have to vote for everything. Doesn't mean it's invalid, but it just means you should consider all those things.
Salt Lake City Police, or Salt Lake City apartment complex are going to, now they talked about doing this once before, building an apartment complex out of shipping containers. It was going to be done in the downtown area at one time, and then that fell through. But it looks like this one may go through. A Salt Lake company called EcoBox Fabricators broke ground Friday on what will be the state's first multi-story apartment complex made of steel shipping containers. Backers of the Box 500 Apartments project, 543 South on 5th West, say that it will be 6 stories tall and offer 83 new studio and 1- and 2-bedroom apartments, accessible to renters earning below the area's median wage. So these shipping containers, a lot of them, they're just not ever reused. They just lay around,
You've seen some. They've turned some coffee shops into using them.
Great idea.
Thousands of steel shipping containers arrive at Western ports yearly from China and then are discarded. The resulting surplus has spurred a growing international movement known as cargo texture instead of architecture, fashioning the rectangular containers into office, retail, and even residential spaces.
I was going to say, that might help the homeless.
Apparently, some containers used in building single-family homes there are a few of them around, apparently. I don't know where exactly, but they said here in Utah there are some homes that have been. Now, I know there's a company here who is offering office space, essentially made out of, if you want an office, you don't need it to be very big, you can go to them and they will fashion you an office out of one of these shipping containers. So I think it's a great idea.
Sure.
Donald Trump administration is green-lighting drilling and logging at Bears Ears and Grand Staircase Escalante because we all knew that was coming.
Yeah.
We need to reduce the size of those monuments. That's a big land grab. Can't have that federal land grab. Oh, and we want to sell oil and drilling
In
and
other words,
logging interests.
everything they said they wouldn't do, they're
Yeah.
doing right now.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
It's Boner Fight. The final round.
All right, here we go. The winner from round 1, back in the 7 o'clock hour. Cast your mind back, if you will. Maybe you were with us then and you'll remember this one. If not, let me tell you what it is. Number 1, it's a shame about Mr. Sissoko's Kora. Mr. Sissoko is a famed musician from Mali, very well known in parts of the world. And he has this instrument called a kora, and it's a multi-stringed 21 string, as a matter of fact, something called a bridge harp. It's used extensively in West African music. It has been totally destroyed by TSA agents. He says, I've traveled with this thing for years. It's one of a kind. Generally, when they want to look at it, it's in a case, a soft case, and I carry it with me, and I open it up and show them, and they examine it, and I'm fine to go. But for some reason, these TSA agents, that wasn't good enough for them. They took apart the instrument and essentially ruined
There's drugs in there.
Mr. Sissoko's instrument. That goes up against number 2, which is, I got the virus. An airplane passenger arrested over claiming to have the coronavirus. I was trying to do a video that would be very exciting and go viral. So I said I had this I had the coronavirus. And as I look back on it now, it probably wasn't a very good idea to do that.
Okay.
That's number 2.
You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be Boner of the Day? 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Computer counts it. Or you can call Katie and she'll count it. 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com, looking for the box that says Boner Fight, February 7, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. You've got 300 seconds to the end of this break to vote for Boner of the Day.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find an old adversary of Butch and Lehigh planning their demise.
So, bounty hunter, you will bring me Christiansen?
Jabba the Hutt was very fond of his rank. He would pay me more for a complete set of missionaries.
Christiansen made me look weak in front of the Emperor. Only by turning Christiansen to the dark side will I be able to regain my place by the Emperor's side.
One Elder Jensen.
Sell him to that slug, Jabba. I have arranged to have the elders meet you on Bespin. There you can ambush them without anyone noticing.
If these elders bested you and the Emperor, how do you expect me to transport them back to you?
I prefer my elders frozen. There is a carbonite facility on Cloud City. That should make transporting them simple.
Have my credits ready. I'll be right back.
Here we are, Butch. Cloud City. It sure looks like the holograms they showed us in school.
I don't know, Lehigh. I always get nervous when I stand on a city that's floating miles above the surface. Are you sure this is the right place?
Zone Leader Hanson said that we're supposed to meet someone here named Lando Calrissian, right here on Bespin.
Well, church records on this Calrissian fellow show him to be a gambler, smuggler, womanizer, and a penny stock manipulator. Are you sure this is the guy?
Well, maybe he's ready to turn over a new leaf. Oh, I think that's him right there.
Hi, and welcome to Cloud City. I'm Lando Calrissian. I run the mining operation here on Bespin. Could I offer you a beverage, perhaps some malt?
I love a malt.
Liquor?
Oh, no, we don't drink, Mr. Calrissian. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Now, our zone leader said that you might be interested in learning more about our religion.
Actually, no. We have some common acquaintances. I've made a deal with the Empire. Well, they'll leave me alone if I introduce you to this guy over here. Elders, this is Boba Fett. Boba Fett, Elders Christiansen and Jensen there. Gotta go now. Got a city to run. Bye-bye.
Well, Mr. Fett was up. Well, hi, I'm... Hey, I'm all tied up.
Cool toy. I need to get me one of those. We could convert more people if we could just tie them up first.
Now, Butch, I don't think we would be allowed to hog-tie prospective converts. Excuse me, Mr. Fett, could you untie me now?
One down, one to go.
Don't push my companion in that hole!
Whoa!
What have you done to my companion? Is Butch dead?
No, he wouldn't be worth much to me dead. Jabba wants to see him die in person. Your companion is frozen in carbonite. Now, if you would be so kind as to throw yourself down in there, we can get on with this.
You're going to take us both back to Jabba's palace?
No, you have an appointment with Darth Vader and the Emperor.
Cousin Darth? Oh, my.
Hey, get over here.
Sorry about this, Butch, but I need you to do something for me. Don't push me.
Ah!
Oh, I guess you weighed more than I thought in this thing, Butch. I'm sorry, Mr. Fett. I hope my companion, who's now frozen in carbonite, wasn't too heavy. Oh, geez, what do I got to do now? I better go for some help.
Never leave your companion behind.
Mr. Kenobi?
It is the first rule. You must never leave your companion.
Obi-Wan, come back. I need some help. Oh, well, I guess I can put you on my luggage rack like this, Butch. Come on, let's go. Will Butch be able to serve out the rest of his mission frozen in carbonite? Can Lehi really find a big microwave to defrost him in? Will Darth Vader ever get his revenge and once again become the Emperor's favorite lapdog? And where does Boba Fett get all those neat gizmos? Tune in next time to hear Butch say... on the next mind-numbing episode of Space Elders!
Award boner of the day.
And then I'm out of here. And the boner of the day is brought to you by some vegetable hash with some fried eggs on top of it.
In part by that.
Yeah.
Also by where Bill and I had lunch this week. Diversion Eatery for pizza, burgers, tacos, beer, wine, spirits. Enjoy Sunday brunch with live music from noon to 3. Open daily from 11 to 10, 3rd West, 535 South, diversioneatery.com.
I had a hamburger salad. That sounds kind of odd, maybe, but it was delicious. It was a salad with a hamburger on top of it.
Can they do that?
They did.
Gina, you were there. They did. So, boner candidate number 1, it's a shame about Mr. Sissoko's Koro. It's a musical instrument, and it was demolished by TSA. Pretty much
taken apart.
Yeah, and I mean, there was no good reason to do it.
No, they could have easily X-rayed it.
And that went up against number 2. I got the virus. The guy claiming to have novovirus. Coronavirus, I mean. I'm still stuck on the Novo. I like the old
You like the old viruses?
I like the old viruses
I
better.
don't like these new
I
viruses.
don't care for the newfangled ones. And it makes me mad when they call it the novel coronavirus. Anyway, he caused a panic on a plane doing that. And the winner was boner candidate number 1. It's a shame about Mr. Sissoko's Cora.
That is your boner of the day for February 7, 2020. It is now qualified to be boner of the week. It might be.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
Oh, yeah.
Dave the Flower Guy will decide. Yes, all of the decision has been removed from you.
I'm glad we don't have to decide.
Dave the Flower Guy will decide.
He's out there waiting, eating his breakfast and waiting to be.
Bill, are you excited to use your new license with the gold star on it at the airport?
Yeah, I'm also excited. This is the first time I've flown since I had a spinal cord stimulator put in my back.
Fun.
So what shows up on the X-ray machine is going to be a little pack with wires coming out of it under my skin.
Interesting.
They're going to pull you off to the side and...
They do anyway. I just always say I have all kinds of metal in my back and in my knee.
I got stuff.
And they go, okay. Well,
come over here.
And I always have to go through the X-ray thing.
He's more machine now than man.
But I do have a little card for the spinal cord stimulator, a little card that says I have this implanted device, and that's no different really than having a pacemaker, essentially.
Did you see that video of the metal detector at some government building in Kentucky?
Yes.
Mm-mm.
You didn't see this? If you're open carry, if you got
I did see it.
If you got a gun slung over your shoulder, they just wave you around.
Well,
but if you're hiding one under your clothes, you go through the metal detector.
So if you've got a gun showing, they wave you around, but they check you. They stop you and talk to you for a second. And,
it just seems like, why are we even bothering with the metal? If people are walking in with guns slung over their shoulder, then people have guns there.
Somewhere I have a card for my implant.
For your NAD.
Yeah.
That's not made of metal.
No.
As far
but
as
they
you
said
know.
you might need it.
Does it?
They said carry this in your wallet. You might need it just in case.
Does it show up
No.
on?
It shows up if it's an X-ray.
Well, it just shows
and
up.
I imagine it shows up when they do the scan.
Yeah, probably.
Well,
Well,
nobody's ever brought it up.
Do you have it in your card? In
I
your
don't
wallet?
know where it is the thing. But
wouldn't that be embarrassing? I'm sorry. What is that?
Yeah.
They're wanding you, and
well, it wouldn't set
It
off the
doesn't
wand.
beep. No, it doesn't beep.
it's just
It's
a
made out. It's
it's
essentially made out of the same
Yeah.
material as Super Ball is.
It's
made
not
out of.
metal, yeah. But you'd see it on the scan.
And did you say that if you had it to do over again, you might not?
I probably
do it,
wouldn't do it.
Wouldn't do it.
No.
It's mainly sort of a cosmetic.
It was cosmetic. At the time, I was young and single, and you
didn't want to
Have to-
talk about it if
yeah.
you didn't need to talk about it.
Exactly.
Your sack looks weird.
What?
Jeez.
Well, it's.
Aren't you leaving?
Yeah, and I'm taking my Manscaped clippers with me.
I'm so glad.
Dale, I have 32 titanium staples in my gut, and every now and then I get stopped by the airport for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just tell them right up. Just first, I just say, I've got spinal, cord.
Mm-hmm.
I've got screws and steel in my spine and in my knee, and so.
And here's a text. Don't let them dismantle you, Bill.
I won't.
Like the Cora.
Yeah.
We're going to have to take
I'm
this
sorry.
apart.
So we're going to have to dig that out of you and see what it really is.
We're going to have to take a look at that. Get a pen.
It is weird looking on the X-ray. It's just like this little square pack, and then there are wires coming out of it.
Can you feel it?
I can feel it right here. I mean, there's a little lump there where
Yeah.
it is. But I'm thinking of having it removed, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Because it's not
Because
doing
it's not
much.
doing
It's not
anything?
doing much of anything that I can tell.
Hmm.
I think I should go through one more round of reprogramming it. But the company who made it, I got a notice in the mail they've gone bankrupt.
Oh,
so,
terrific.
So, so I
They're
don't
going to
know.
repossess it, Bill.
Maybe.
Someone's going to meet you in the hallway and cut it out of you.
Maybe.
Greatest healthcare system in the world.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah. Oh, and Diversion is at 535 north, 300 west, not south. 535 north.
Well,
Does it
that's
say-
what this says.
Okay, that copy is wrong. 535 north, 300
North.
west.
Katie, will you make a change on that, please?
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's on 3rd West.
Yeah, let somebody know.
It's down kind of across from the new library there.
Mhm.
And there's a giant apartment complex going up right there, too.
It's a good burger.
All right.
Let me do a
Yes,
giveaway here.
do a giveaway, and then we'll take a break.
Mystery Science Theater 3000. Carrie's going to be there. Other Geek Show panelists are going.
Yeah, me and Lee and Shannon and Rebecca, we're all going to be there.
The Eccles Theater, February 8th. You can still buy tickets, or maybe you'll win some from us right now. I'm going to give you a keyword, and you'll text it to 33986 for your chance to win. The keyword is love, L-O-V-E.
Oh.
Love. Text it to 33986.
All right, thank you. Let's see. Before you go, Bill, ranlife.com.
Yeah, Ran Life rates are very low right now. It's a good time to refinance. And Ran Life would like to talk to you on the phone. They like people to call them, 801-478-4500. They have this new AAA Fair Credit Down Payment Assistance. You can get pre-qualified with the new AAA Fair Credit Down Payment Assistance. They've modified it to allow people to put up to $1,500 in over 6 months. They'll match it by a 3-to-1 ratio, and in 6 months you'll end up with about $6,000. You can call Ran Life to see how you qualify for that. Again, the number is 801-478-4500, or you can go to their website, ranlife.com. Do a refinance with them. I've done a couple of refinances with Ran Life, and they make it easy. It goes smooth and smooth and smooth.
It's nice to have some extra money in your pocket every month as well.
It is indeed. So it's ranlife.com or 801-478-4500, Ran Life.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find Butch and Lehigh on Starbase 182 around lunchtime.
Hey, Lehigh, what's up? You haven't been yourself lately. You seem a little under the weather. Here, I replicated you some lunch. This should put you back on your feet. It's your favorite.
Oh, plomeek soup?
No, macaroni and cheese with little hot dog bits in it. Man, you are sick. I'm taking you to the sick bay.
Are you sure that would be the logical thing to do?
Huh? Come on!
Very interesting.
What is it, Doc? What's wrong with Lehigh?
Elder Christiansen here is suffering from plateau.
Plateau? What on earth is that?
Not plateau, plateau.
Oh.
The blood fever. It's not a birth, my dear Butch. It's a Vulcan disorder. Lehigh here is in the early stages of Ponfar.
But Doc, look at my companion. I mean, his ears aren't pointy. The blood sample you took from him was red, not green. He's not a Vulcan.
Have the two of you come in contact with any Vulcans recently?
Well, we met with that nice Ambassador Spock fella.
Was there anything unusual about this meeting?
No, we talked for a while. He mind melded with Lehigh and then sent us packing like everybody else.
Mind melded with a Vulcan? Oh dear.
Well, he said it would be the fastest way for us to tell him about the gospel.
Now, what's this got to do with Lehigh losing his appetite and then resetting the environmental controls in our apartment up to Moab standard temperatures?
Ponfar is the Vulcan mating ritual. Unless the individual who's suffering from the blood fever gets to Vulcan in time, he will die.
I still don't understand how Lehigh contracted this blood fever thing anyway.
The Vulcan who did the mind meld must have transferred it into the Lehigh's mind during the meld. No matter how he contracted it, you must get to Vulcan within the next 72 hours or your companion will be dead.
Okay, Vulcan it is. Come on, Lehigh, we better get going.
But Vulcan isn't in our Tracton area. We're not supposed to go outside of this quadrant. You know the rules. Zone Leader Hanson would never approve of us making a personal visit to Vulcan.
Oh, to heck with Hanson. They can send us both home if they want to. I just want to make sure you go home breathing.
Will our elders get to Vulcan in time to save Lehigh? Will Zone Leader Hanson get them sent home for leaving the quadrant? Will Ambassador Spock apologize for giving Lehigh bucktail? What is exactly in Plomeek soup anyway? Tune in next time to hear Butch say...
Hold on, Lehigh. Just a couple more hours and we'll be on Vulcan.
Butch, wouldn't it be more logical to reduce our speed to warp 6 in order to make the best possible speed while reducing the stress on the dilithium crystals?
Oh.
On the next mind-melding episode of Space Elders!
Jingly was supposed to make the sound there.
I love Pettysburg Address.
Pettysburg Address.
That got applause from
you.
And Dave. Dave was applauding too.
Dave was applauding as well.
Dave the Flower Guy's here.
Well, Dave, are you ready for Boner of the Week?
Yes.
Okay.
He just gave me some sweethearts. You know the
old-fashioned
message.
What? Open those up and let's see what the messages are.
You want to see what they are now?
See if I can remember.
Like, I remember there used to be Cutie Pie.
There was one that said, love me. I remember that one.
We've got...
Let's see. What do the candy hearts say now?
They don't say anything.
Have they changed them?
These don't have words on them.
They don't have words on them?
Do they not?
Did you get the cheap knockoff ones?
There's no words on them,
The
Dave.
hell, Dave?
There's no words on them. Maybe they don't do the words anymore.
Oh, Dave.
Oh, well.
That just makes me sad. Yes,
Now
candy.
they're just chalk with no message.
Blaine says candy toothpaste.
Yeah. Well, thank you anyway, Dave.
Yes.
I appreciate it.
All right. All right, Dave. Here is your list for Boner of the Week, the winners of each day. And we take the choice away from our listeners and we let you decide because, well, it just seems the right way.
So,
because you are the impartial jury.
So, Boner candidate number 1 from Monday, throw the doctors in jail for their doctoring. And this, look how quickly this evolved.
Yeah.
Because the story is, new coronavirus has spread consternation around the world. Chinese Health Commission reported on Sunday there were 361 deaths nationwide. And they threw the doctors in jail for the first ones that alerted people to the virus. Now,
because it was bad for business.
yeah, that's Monday. Today we have the story that the first doctor that started speaking out about it has died from the virus.
Yep.
That's how quickly this is moving along. Boner candidate number 2 from Tuesday. You don't have a job, you have a hobby. Utah lawmaker was broadly criticized this week after tweeting, quote, a person working at a job that doesn't pay a livable wage really only has a hobby. That's State Senator Lyle Hilliard from Logan.
Dick.
He was trying to highlight the availability of training options for higher paying jobs, but the tweet was quickly panned. And let's see. Wednesday, Boner candidate number 3. I know why Rand Paul's neighbor beat the crap out of him.
Because he's a dick.
Senator Rand Paul read aloud the name of the alleged whistleblower who first raised alarms about President Donald Trump's conduct toward Ukraine. He was mad at Chief Justice Roberts because he sent in a question. So the way it was working during the trial was you write a question down, a page takes it up to Chief Justice Roberts, and he reads it.
Yeah.
And Rand Paul's question had the whistleblower's name in it, and Justice Roberts said, I'm not going to
read this because we have whistleblower protection laws for a reason.
So that was Wednesday. Thursday, another Trump uses the P word. This is Donald Trump Jr. posting a picture on Instagram calling Senator Mitt Romney a P word after the former GOP presidential candidate announced that he would be voting to convict President Trump on one of 2 impeachment charges. Then you've seen the picture before of Romney wearing like the mom jeans.
The mom jeans, yeah.
And it says, mom jeans because you're a P word. And finally, from today, it's a shame about, and Bill could never say it, and I'm not going to try.
I'm going to try Mr. Sissoko's Cora.
Okay. This is the musician from Mali who had this interesting and hard to replace, or impossible to replace, they're saying, instrument that was destroyed by agents at New York's JFK airport. Like Carrie was saying, they could have just X-rayed it.
They didn't need to dismantle it. And you know why they dismantled it.
Yeah, it was coming from Africa. We don't trust that. So those were your candidates, Dave. Which one is Boner of the Week?
Number 4.
Number 4.
Which was yesterday, which was, Donald Trump Jr.
Yeah.
There you go. Good choice, Dave. Like I said, it's just we just feel better about you choosing autocratically as opposed to a vote. Just go ahead and throw it down. Okay. All right. Now, Bill's going to be gone Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, we're going to have Chris Jones from Channel 2 is going to help us out. He'll bring the newsiness. I mean, I'll probably do the news, but we'll have him do news too.
Oh, double barrel news.
Because he's a real news person. If you get me, you just get a lot of puppy dogs and celebrities in the news. Which is fine. People like puppy dogs and celebrities.
Very popular.
Well, what we'll have though is because it's Oscars this weekend. We didn't even talk about that today.
It's on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, see, I'm just not even thinking about that.
It's one of my holidays, Carrie.
So what are you gonna stay up late and watch it for me?
Yes.
So I don't have to.
Yes.
Good, thank you. Because I have no real desire to watch the Oscars.
So we'll talk about that on Monday, and then Bill will be back on Wednesday.
On Wednesday. All right, we got the promo there.
Let's see. You ready?
I think.
I'm ready if you're ready.
Well, you start, it says.
But you're ready?
Yes.
Okay. Please enjoy the weekend, but don't forget about Monday's Radio from Hell show.
Of course, we're starting the week off right with Amy Donaldson and sports at 6:45.
Then Bill Frost will be here at 8 a.m. to tell us what TV shows are coming up and starting.
And thanks to the snow last week, Darren from the stateroom couldn't make it, so we've invited him back at 9 a.m. to talk about the concerts coming up.
Plus, we also have some great giveaways happening. You won't want to miss Monday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
You know what would be fun?
I love him. Cynthia's dad, Chuck.
You know what would be fun?
It would be fun to have more of those, Chuck.
We'll get more of those.
Okay.
We'll get some more. Just quick sentences that he can say.
I want him to give me a remain seated, please. Oh, new episode.
Oh, yes.
Today, 11 o'clock.
Let's see. Look for the Geek Show, folks, at Mystery Science Theater tomorrow night at the Eccles. I think we're going to have a drink before that. So
nice.
We'll be rolling around the downtown area. Besotted.
That means you're having a good time.
Yes. I think we're good.
Okay.
All business?
Yep.
Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know Bill's in Arizona? And I had accidental cod.
Corey is next.